Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calabo y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, muerte, te muerte.
AZTLAN is calling the children back to reunite with relations once forgotten. Ometeo has set the scene. It is up to the children to recognize the signs and return home. Return home. Return home.
We're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN, we're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN, going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN, going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN,
In search of my original origin, I know I gotta begin within, traveling like the wind, back to the place where I can find my true face, back to the start. I get my guidance from the spark in my heart. So now that the fire is ignited, all the children are invited to return back home, to learn that we will never again be alone. Welcome back by our spiritual family, reconnecting with that universal energy. Ometeo has set the scenery. The green shall appear more green to me. I shall breathe in the breath of purity, taken in by every tree in the forestry, of where the dependency, coexistence, knowing that there is no differences. We shall no longer be separated by the mental fits. I look around and notice that my skin is brown like the ground. The connection is obvious. To AZTLAN, I am indigenous.
we're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN, we're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN, going back to where...
El autor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
I can never whistle like that. I gotta use the fingers. Like I gotta use the fingers. I can't actually do it with just my lips. Let me get this going. Happy to have you guys here today. Shalom, sis. Good to have you here. I came to show support. I hardly ever see your videos live. Oh, well, good. And you get to see one now. Let's do it. Hold on a second.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
For all you wobbles.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
For Nick Fuentes.
Fuck that puto. Fuck that puto.
That's not an insult. Those are facts. Because, you know, he swings the other way. He has so much hate that he hates who he is. I mean, that's the conclusion. It seems like it. Now, family, I want y'all to get ready for next week's class because, again, we've been touching on Nimrod and other subjects, but now we're going to transition into the Roman, mythology driven by Nimrodism, so to speak, right? So we understand now who the so-called Europeans are, the so-called Africans are, so-called Arabs are, so-called Asians. Well, I haven't touched on them yet, but I will. Predominantly, I want to focus on these two animals here. These two evangelicals, you know what I'm saying? These Christmas Christians and shit, and try to act like they don't know each other. They came with a story like, we don't know each other. All of a sudden, we find out, y'all been dealing with each other for some time. And matter of fact, you brought your shit over here to deal with us.
Where's your soul? You preach 10 commandments, but broke every scroll.
Then that's a fact. That's a fucking fact. Now, this right here is called Occupied America. And this was, I don't know about now, but it was a book that was a prerequisite in college for Chicano studies. Guess what, family? This book is banned. Now, and the reason I know this now was because I was actually, I have the 7th edition and the 3rd edition. I didn't want to take pictures and show you guys. So I'm like, let me see if I can pull it up. And all of a sudden I'm finding out like, yo, what the hell? How come archives don't even have it? And usually when I see this, to me, it's a little awkward. So I look and actually try to reference why it's missing, why it's unavailable. Well, we found out why it's unavailable. And what I'm going to do right now is basically show you guys, the videos of our people, AZTLAN, who we are. And by the way, the song that I showed you guys, here, let me show you guys. I'm going to show you this song. The song that I was showing you actually has the map that I've shared with you guys here in the past. It's called, here, hold on. This is the video that I was actually sharing with y'all. I was just playing the songs, but listen to this right there. Look at the maps. Just pay attention to the maps, okay? Just real quick, jot them down. Pay attention.
The exodus to Tamawanchan has now been prophesied. AZTLAN is calling the children back to reunite with relations once forgotten. Ometeo has set the scene. It is up to the children to recognize the signs and return home. Return home. Return home.
We're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN, we're going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN.
1768. Let's continue.
Going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN, going back to where we came from, back to where the truth dwells. AZTLAN.
In search of my original origin, I know I gotta begin within, traveling like the
word called Kivara. That's not what they're mentioning right now, but this is so important to our history and our understanding. This word Kivara was known in the quote unquote old world before they showed up here. And back then they used to actually write Indio with a Y. So there was a lot of changes in regards to like who we are. Now, keep in mind also that back then the I was a J as well, and the U tended to be an N. So that's Udio. That's an Udio. Indio. If you turn the I into a J and flip the U into an N, that's Udio. Let's continue.
Back to the place where I can find my true face. Back to the start. I get my guidance from the spark in my
1728, Barreiro, Teguillo Lake, Salt Lake, from where the ancient Mexica, so Mexican Indians, left their prime to a prince to found Mexico. So we understand that the migration was from north and south, from north to south. We understand that.
So now that the fire is ignited, all the children.
But some nativos, some natives, some indigenous brothers and sisters, they just gotta kind of want to end at their migration, or they say now that we're Siberians and shit. Like, what the fuck, bro? So you embrace the Siberian concept, but you can't even wrap in your mind that God chose you as the son. God gave you the wisdom, understanding, and knowledge of how to deal with the earth, how to plant, how to grow, how to raise your family, how to have order. Like all those things were given to us. If we were indigenous people that were worshiping the sky and the sun and all these weird shits, why the fuck then did these Spaniards destroy our heritage? Because if we didn't matter, if we were just, I don't know, worshiping the fucking mole or like some weird shit, then why would they destroy our history? They'd be like, oh, they're just, typical native savages. Here's all their history. No.
Sumarraga made sure to stop anybody from printing anything that he did not like and took away all the historical artifacts that a lot of these historians actually took or let's say stole from our people. So what does Sumarraga do? Don't write anything to do with our people having any relationship to the old world. Don't teach anything to do with the fact that these people resemble the Jews or the Israelites, and make sure that you don't write anything other than what we authorize you to write. Those are facts. That's not fiction.
Are invited to return back home to learn that we will never again be alone. Welcome back by our spiritual family, reconnecting with that universal energy. Ometeo has set the scenery.
70 Ortelius told actually Tolam, or in the actualidad en Tolam, right? So we're seeing the up north here, North America, so to speak.
The green shall appear more green to me. I shall breathe in the breath of purity, taken in by every tree in the forestry of where the dependency, coexistence, knowing that there is no.
His family. Chicana was not something that was invented in the Americas in 1920 or 10. Fuck no, that's bullshit. Stop lying to people about the Chicano shit. That word's been around a long time. Chicano, Mexicano, it's the same concept. All of a sudden now people want, we're Chicanos, we're not Mexicans. Shut the fuck up, bro. We've been Chicana since the beginning of time.
We shall no longer be separated by the mental fits. I look around and notice that my skin is brown like the ground. The connection is obvious. To AZTLAN, I am indigenous.
We're going back to where we came.
Another thing too, by the way, and brother, I think Chris, he told me, hey, you remember I told you that Atlantis was like AZTLAN, and you said I was fetching. I'm not fetching or reaching. What I'm saying is I don't believe, like there's some brothers that I care about that believe this is the overworld. I don't believe that. Because there's questions that I have that honestly, they still can't really, answer. But you know what I'm saying? For the sake of staying in one unity, I'm going to reserve my opinion in my channel, and I'm not going to debate brothers that I care about that believe that, because, in some sources, it's true. But again, now here's my point. The reason I don't agree to the Atlantis part is because a lot of these people like to say Atlantis and blah, 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 and they say black people were here. Okay. And then they go to the referencing of like supposedly Carthaginians and Phoenicians came and conquered and were here before. So now, let's rephrase this again. If in case you say that you were the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, then basically you're agreeing to the fact that you are a Hamitic nation. And because of that, we understand now why it's imperative for y'all to destroy our heritage, our knowledge, understanding of who we are, not just according to history, but according to our Creator. What did He expect of us? So now, remember, keep in mind, Occupied America, A History of Chicanos, has 8 editions. They've all been banned, fam. Okay? Look it up. Now, if you can buy the books, by all means, please do. Get 3rd edition and 7th edition are the best ones. I'm telling you, it's worth the book. So now let's listen to this a little bit, and we're going to go into like different videos. I'm not really going to, I'll interject, but this is more about our people, of other people that done the work historically, speaking and also recorded these videos that are here for us to see. And a lot of us are either too busy listening to like just some chatter, somebody's, saying, hey, how you doing, brother, whatever, but doesn't educate you. Man, look, listen, I got no hate towards brothers and sisters that just kind of want to get on live and, chit chat. But right now, brothers, man, y'all need to start teaching, bro, especially if you're older. If you're older, veterano, and you're old of age, teach history. Our people need it. Let's go.
40 years after it was first published, the book Occupied America, The History of Chicanos, has been banned, and its author, Rodolfo Acuna, a widely published professor and prominent immigrant rights activist, often called the father of Chicano studies, is speaking out.
Occupied America is a history of Mexican Americans or Mexicans from the pre-Columbian times up until the present time. And
book that he referenced, that's the 7th edition right there. Okay, this one right here. This is the 7th edition right here. Okay, I also have the 3rd edition. And by the way, the reason I'm referencing this book is because next week on Friday we're going to touch on this. And specifically, look up a name by the look up a person by the name of Polk. Between 1830 and 1850, Who was James Polk? Do yourselves a favor, family. Get ahead of me so that when you see the class next Friday, you understand exactly what I'm bringing out. From Babylon to America and the transitioning of wickedness and how they stole these lands and how people are speaking of possibly, I don't know, man, getting it back? Shit.
Up until the present time. And I do think that people that are that large of a grouping deserve some attention. People should know something about them because they're not going to go away. Everybody has to feel proud of themselves. And many times as immigrants, you're made to feel inferior. And I wanted to teach students about themselves, teach them pride. So we said, we have to have a program that's going to make students proud of themselves, of their past, and to tell them que si se puede, and si se puede means it can be done. I love my students. Every time I go out and I see that they're not in gangs, that they're becoming medical doctors, they're becoming lawyers, they're becoming teachers, that they have families, that they're taking care of their families. That's a legacy. I feel good about it.
You know something, family? I was talking to a brother earlier today about this, man. Last night I was watching the boxing fight. I like boxing. I grew up boxing. It was one of my favorite sports, probably the best, naturally good at, naturally gifted. I played soccer. At one point I was playing soccer at a very competitive level, but naturally, I'm a boxer at heart. I just have that physical ability, right? So I'm watching this fight last night, and as I'm watching my two daughters, they're interacting with each other through their phone because they're playing the game, but one is 4, the other one's 22, and I just and that's exactly what it was. You see, being a Hebrew, there's no glory in it. It's not about you wanting more women, or when God returns, so to speak, you're going to have power or towns or land and whatever and all this and that. I can't even fathom what that feels like. But what I do know is that it gave me the opportunity to repent and be a better man, be a better father, a better husband, a better person, a better son to my mom, a better brother to the people that at least give me the opportunity. That's what it is to be a Hebrew. God didn't choose us because we were the greatest. No, he chose us because we were the least of the nations. And that feeling of repentance, of knowing that you mean something to somebody, the Creator himself put an interest in you, not to enslave everybody or have tons of women or have power. If you're in it for that shit, bro, you ain't gonna do it. It's not about that. Because being from the bottom barrel to turning your life around and having a home and children and people that love you, dude, that's so amazing. And the moment I started understanding what God was asking me, he said, look onto your fathers. Look at your history. Look at who you are. Now, some of y'all don't agree with some of these biblical texts that we share with y'all, but whether you like it or not, this is your book. And that's never going to be denied. And I will always express it. Isaiah 51:1 says, hearken to me, ye that follow after righteousness, ye that seek the Lord. Look unto the rock whence ye are hewn, and to the hole of the pit where you are digged. Look unto Abraham your father, and unto Sarah that bare you. For I called him alone, and blessed him, and increased him. When you look at your father and your mother. Where did you come from? Look at the history. I started seeing this book completely different. And all the lies that I was told completely destroyed everything because the root was right here. So if you want to get to know who you are, find out what the hell Abraham's experience was. It's a beautiful moment to be alive, family. At the same time, it's very painful because I see a lot of our brothers and sisters that don't believe and they still want to be in idolatry or worshiping Satan and shit. Gangs are now fucking worshiping la pinche muerte, güey. De la pinche Maria. You know what I'm saying? And that shit was brought by Europeans, bro. All originating from Nimrod. So the black man and the white man combined together have given you all of these fucking mishaps of fake religions, fake gods, whether white or black. It doesn't matter. It's all the fucking same.
Not everyone is so keen on seeing Chicano studies expand. Among the program's most vocal critics is Arizona's Attorney General Tom Horne, who has called it a sort of ethnic chauvinism. He also claims that the program is an officially recognized resentment-based program. The National Education Association has shown that such curriculum instead increases interracial understanding and significantly enhances students' interest in academic pursuits.
They went after my book. They want to censor my book. This is censorship. This is what they want to do. And they say that critical theory is Marxist. Critical theory goes all the way back to Socrates. You see, it's nothing Marxist about it. They said, well, you're un-American because you said the United States invaded Mexico. Well, you can go to a classroom.
You can actually find out yourselves, family. That's what I'm going to show next week, because James Polk had everything to do with that invasion. The fucking guy lied. Listen, all I've learned about white folks and black folks, unfortunately, is that y'all don't play fair. And then you complain when other people are basically just better than you. You steal from them, and then you complain that they're just better than you. Yeah, this goes for you both, because Texas was not only invaded by white folks. It was black and white folks that owned slaves. Look that up. That's a fact.
In England, and they'll tell you the United States invaded Mexico. This is how they got the territory. They said, "Wow, you said you talk bad about white people." Well, I talk bad about Mexican people too. So consequently, they don't want people to think. They want people to study that paradigm and to be redundant and redundant and redundant and not induce any other kind of knowledge. I think that people right now are afraid. The immigration issue, I think, is an issue that puts panic in people. We're losing our country.
Rodolfo Acuna was a guest speaker at a recent meeting of the National Writers Union in Detroit. He had a simple message for his fellow UAW Local 1981 members.
Learn a little bit more about Arizona. They're not going to win. It's going to be very hard. They don't have the economic base. They filed a suit, and the suit is going to cost us for expert witnesses, etc., about $500,000. That money's not going to come out of that community. And this is why we're here. We want your networks, and we want to get people involved. We want people to know about what's happening. I think that if we don't take this free speech issue on, it's going to come back to haunt us.
Damn! Who did they apply? Who did they take the First Amendment as a U.S. citizen away from? The fucking Mexicans. And now we're here in the moment of Trumpism. How ironic, isn't it? Telling you, family, it's amazing, man. It's amazing where all of this is starting to line up, fam. This is a good video right here as well. I was so glad to find it. I think y'all will appreciate it. Let's go. Message: Brown is beautiful. Brown is beautiful. Remember that. Remember that shit, family. Brown is beautiful. Let's go.
October 1966, a group of Mexican Americans gathered to remind the United States of a long-forgotten promise. Calling themselves the Alianza, the Alliance, they met and claimed this federal land as their own. guaranteed by a treaty signed between the United States and Mexico. They arrested 2 United States forest rangers for trespassing.
See that? Do you see that, family? So we're going to see a video after all of this regarding this argument. It's still in effect. This is why the Anglo is very desperate. Their time is coming up. That's why they want to invade Venezuela. They want the oil. Listen, fam, if U.S. does not get the oil, America's done. Do you understand that? The only way this country sustain itself is by the fruits and benefits and resources, obviously, of every other nation in this continent. As of right now, the dollar is really as weak as you can imagine. You don't even realize that 2008 is about to happen again, but now it's happening through like car loans, smaller loans that they did this, the same thing they did to the mortgage industry, they did it to the car loans. And if you guys have not heard, there's a massive amount of repossessions right now. Lots of people are in default with their auto loans. And the people that were financing those auto loans went to the stock market and sold those loans like assets in the same manner as they did with mortgages. If they don't get that oil, y'all are done.
We're taking full responsibility. The town of San Joaquin. Just a second. Yes, I know your laws already. We've been citizens of the United States for 120 years and we know the law. We're taking this upon our shoulders in the name of the town of San Joaquin del Rio de Chama.
Ultimately, it was the leader of the Alianza who was arrested, Reyes Lopez Tijerina. But he planned to use that trial to argue that, according to a treaty signed by the United States, the people of northern New Mexico legitimately owned the land. At one time, the land in New Mexico, along with California, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, Texas, and parts of Colorado and Wyoming, belonged to Mexico. In 1846, the United States declared war on Mexico.
An excuse. Once again, we're going to touch on that with Occupied America. James Polk was the main one that actually initiated all of this. We're going to touch on it. Again, take notes, get that book, try to find out more about that book, Occupied America, okay? And let's get ready for next week.
2 years later, the war was over, and Mexico had lost half its territory. Overnight, 100,000 Mexicans became foreigners on soil that had belonged to their families for generations. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo promised these new Americans free enjoyment of their liberty and property of every kind.
The land was sacred because your parents and grandparents were buried there. Some of your children were buried there. And you would be buried there. So the sweat, blood, and tears of generations have filtered into the land. So it is holy, it is sacred. Sacrosanct.
But the original land grants had been given under Spanish and Mexican law, which you...
Hey, no joke, huh? Hold on a second.
Fuck that puto! Fuck that
Straight the
puto!
fuck up, bro.
U.S. courts often did not recognize. Over the years, Mexican Americans lost their land to speculators, lawyers, and cattle barons. Some property was taken by force.
Deuteronomy 32:8. Watch this real quick. Thank you, brother. That's a good one. 32:8 says this. When the Most High divided the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds for the people according to the number of the children of Israel. So everybody had their portion. Apparently, they didn't want to listen. Now they're here, moving landmarks. Because that's technically what it is. That's it, which is when the Most High gave, there you go, right there. All right.
And the heirs to those land grants have resented that ever since. The Tierra Maria land grant was an immense land grant given to a certain Martinez from Los Ojos, New Mexico. And I understand that the land grant was sold for $200, a team of horses, and I don't know how many pounds of flour or something like that. But only one of the heirs signed the deed. The other heirs didn't. So the land grant was taken illegally.
By 1960, millions of acres, including the Tierra Amarilla grant, had been taken from the original landowning families. Stepping into this long-simmering land dispute was Reyes Lopez Tijerina. Born in Texas during the 1920s, he was the son of migrant workers. After a prophetic dream about injustice in New Mexico, Tijerina decided to learn treaty law. He was convinced that he could reclaim the Tierra Amarilla grant.
Although we are fighting for land, we are fighting for the survival and protection of our culture. To the extent that we feel that to rape the culture and the
Some who disagreed with Tijerina thought he was an opportunist, looking for personal power.
That's just the way we will fight.
What you're really saying, in effect, is that you own this land, you want everybody else to get off of it, or if they want to stay on it, to submit to your regulation.
No, to the regulations of the town councils, which are covered and protected by the Constitution of New Mexico, Article 2, Section 5, and by the Constitution of the United States, Article 12, Section 2, where it states that all the treaties made by the United States government are the supreme law of the land.
The people of northern New Mexico lived as tenants on land that once was theirs.
And if that's not straight, Deuteronomy 28, I don't know what the hell it would be. You can go to verse 43 real quick, Deuteronomy 28, 43, and says, the strangers that is within you shall get above you very high, and thou shalt come down very low. Either the same people that are basically going to lend to you, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail. They always say that about Mexicans. Raza, that you guys son el trasero de los pinches gringos.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
Man, sorry about that. I got a little happy with that. Let's continue. All right, good to have you here, sis. Good to have you here.
In 1965, the Forest Service revoked half the grazing permits for small farmers, pushing them to the point of desperation. There was need for someone who could express their frustrations. When Tijerina, a former fundamentalist preacher, came along, he sounded like the Messiah himself.
We are now waiting an answer from the State Department to claim what belongs to us.
He was speaking the magic words. The issue, the struggle, had been alive for all these generations. And here was a man on a white horse, a man with tremendous charisma, who plugged in to a deep felt passion, more than a feeling of passion. And he turned the spirits on.
Tijerina's mission brought him face to face with northern New Mexico's district attorney, Alfonso Sanchez.
At that point is where he started saying that the object of his corporation was to take over properties that the Alianza claims belongs to them by force, if necessary, blah, blah, blah. And I looked at him straight in the eye and I said, Reyes, if you intend to do what you tell me that this corporation is going to do, it is illegal. And right now I'm telling you that if you do what you say you're going to do, I'm the one that's going to stop you.
Que la prisión trajo cambio y trajo
In the spring of 1967, Tijerina faced federal charges for his role in the occupation of Carson National Forest. Tensions in northern New Mexico were escalating.
I'll bet you a lot of you brothers and sisters never heard of this guy. You want to know why? Because what was the propaganda? The Martin Luther Kings, right? That was the propaganda at that time. In those ages, those years. Malcolm X. Black Power. But raza? Nah, you never heard of that. Why? That's marketing, family. That's media right there. They want to tell you that people like me or people like him are not around. That you guys are supposed to be quiet, shut the hell up, and follow orders. Why? Because you're savages like every other Mexican. And if you're Colombian or Venezolano or Nicaraguense, you're still a Mexican. Because that's what they see you as.
Forest Service fences were cut. Haystacks and barns were torched. The Alianza was blamed.
I think that the action of Tijerina is matched by an equally violent reaction. For instance, I've had several ranchers come into my office and swear that they're going to kill someone.
When Tijerina announced plans for a meeting to plot the Alianza's next move, Sanchez was convinced the group was preparing a showdown to reclaim the land. The district attorney decided to stop the meeting.
I explained, if you meet and your object is to plan how you're going to take over property that doesn't belong to you, the Alianza or Tijerina or anybody other than the rightful owners, then it is an unlawful assembly, and I will prosecute you and file criminal charges against each one of you if later on it turns out that that's what you're going to do.
So with excuses that we were communists and trying to take over the land, he confiscated files and blocked the roads and threatened the people. Anybody going to that convention would be arrested.
This was getting out of hand. What if Tijerina were just a little bit successful? There were land grants all over New Mexico. And I think it was a real economic threat.
Sanchez called for the arrest of Alianza leaders, but Tijerina got away. Those who were arrested would face charges at a hearing to be held the following Monday, June 5th, at Tierra Amarilla. It would be a day long remembered by New Mexicans.
We don't believe in violence, but we believe in Jesus Christ, who used a whip to drive out the false preachers out of the temple. And I think that's all we did in the courthouse of Tierra Amarilla. We just used a little whip.
Tijerina and a group of armed men stormed the courthouse. They were there, they said, to make a citizen's arrest of district.
This is why the brother that wrote Occupied America stressed to y'all, learn your history. Learn about Arizona. A lot of shit went down there, which I'm going to touch on next week. I'm telling you.
Attorney Sanchez for violating their right to assembly. When gunfire began, Sheriff Benny Naranjo was inside the courthouse.
My jailer ran into the hallway and he says, "Get the hell out of here, Benny. Get out of here." And he jumped out the window. Then they shot him outside the window. And I went to the window and they started shooting at me, and then they started shooting at me through the door off the hallway, so I laid down on the floor. But I heard them, that they kept saying, "Reyes said not to hurt nobody. That all we want is Alfonso Sanchez."
Sanchez was nowhere to be found.
Had I been there, I guess those 100 bullet holes I wouldn't be here.
A state patrolman and the jailer were shot and seriously wounded. 2 others, a reporter and a deputy sheriff, were held captive all afternoon.
My understanding is that Reyes had tried to kind of calm down the...
By the way, you find this all in Occupied America. This is why they banned this book. They called them a Marxist. And the reason they use communists is because we are communal people. We're not individuals like these Europeans or these Africans. We're not like y'all. Y'all don't fucking love each other, man. If you look at the history of Europe or look at the history of Africa, there's no unity within you people. You're all individualites. Those are fucking facts. Those are facts. We have the documentation to prove it. When they came here, black and white, they made sure to get rid of the communalism. And that's exactly what Occupied America stressed.
What turned to be an assault.
Sorry, and it also mentions in Occupied America that Africa and Europe were already, miscegenationing themselves and shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like referencing that the people that came here originally weren't all white.
And he wasn't able to. Because what he did, he just offered a vision to some people who were ready to fight.
The governor's office called in the National Guard. Revolution, it seemed, had come to northern New Mexico.
It was like Emiliano Zapata and Pancho Villa were alive again. And they had gone and had claimed their land again. It was like wildfire in the movement when we heard about it. We heard it like that.
Among land-grant people, there was kind of a victorious sense that finally, our cause is out in the open, and finally, maybe we can galvanize the nation, such as the African-American movement has done.
Some Mexican Americans were alarmed by the violence that had taken place. But Tijerina's actions fired the imagination of movement activists and inspired a corrido, a traditional ballad commemorating the event.
It was at the county courthouse, hamlet of Tierra Maria, June 5th, 1967.
Let me show you a little bit of it. I'm going to show you a little bit of it right now. Let's see. Occupied America 3rd edition is actually called Legacy of Hate, and Occupied America 7th edition is actually more a history of Chicanos. Okay? So let me see if this is it. Just a page. No, that's not it. Give me a second, family. Chapter 3. Nope. Page 17, maybe. Nope. Page 12. I'm just trying to check real quick so I don't have to show you guys a bunch of pages. Matter of fact, let me look for it while you do that. Well,
After 10 days on the run, Tijerina turned himself in. He now faced state criminal charges.
Out of this whole movement was emerging the feeling we had, this used to be Mexico, this used to be our land, but it was a growing sense of a people and a collective history of struggle against
Man, my bad. Thank you, bro. Thank you. So basically, what I'm showing you guys is the scriptures that say regarding that every male in Numbers 122, when they're 20 years old and upward, they're ready to go to war, which was the same concept when it was ready to get married. Okay, so once again, before the arrival of the Spaniards, women generally married when they were about 20 years old. And another change they took place after the arrival of the Spaniards. However, church friars encouraged females. You fucking pedos, bro. This is what I'm saying about Christianity. Christmas Christians, you are the fundamentalists of pedophilia. Pederast. It's a Roman thing. It's a white thing. Or a black thing. I don't know, bro. Some black people say they're Romans and shit. And I find out Romans, you guys were fucking pederasts to the galore. Now you're making all women get married. Young daughters, by the way, at 12 or 14. Early reproduction often resulted in health disorders, including anemia. Now, keep in mind that prior to this, our people were healthy. Now, watch this. Society was patriarchal, meaning that, you know, it was the father's home, but we were a community. We would go to our elders to receive some type of understanding. If you wanted to get into any enterprise, you'd go and talk to them about it, which is biblical, by the way. It says here, let's see, society was patriarchal and men received preferential treatment in the nutrition. Even in death, men received favored treatment, as they were more likely than women to be buried within the church of courtyard. In some, the colonization worsened the status of women and increased violence towards them. That's where it caused machismo. Machismo is not a raza thing. It's not a Mexican thing. It's none of that shit at all. It's a European, Anglo-Saxon, African thing, because y'all don't fucking care about your women. This is why your women don't marry y'all much often. This is why the birth rate of white folks is diminishing, negative, and this is why the birth rate of black folks, they're not even fucking having babies anymore. The women don't even want to be with them. Do you know what I mean? And again, it's all about the patriarchy. You see, you as a man, you make these babies. So if your babies hate you, it's because of who you are as a man. The family structure also changed during the colonial period. For a time, a native nobility kept much of their prestige, but the colonization led to the breakdown of traditional indigenous family framework, which was based on an extended family, meaning you go to your mom, your dad, your elders, your grandparents, you go to them for assistance, for help, for suggestions, for advice on marriage, all those things. We relied on the wisdom of our elders. They got rid of that, which was based on the extended family rather than the highly patriarchal nuclear family that the Spanish favored. You see that? So it's like every man to his own home. And that's how they individualize you. According to Carmark and his colleagues, colonial authorities believed that the Indian would be easier to supervise and control if divided into small nuclear households, which not only reduced the authority of elders, but also removed the support network for women within the clan. Communalism. We were a communal people, and they destroyed all that. Early marriages also influenced gender relations, increased the power of male within the nuclear families, reducing the authority of native women within the clan, meaning pedophilia. The age difference between male and female spouses favored the male. So a 20-year-old would then go and pick up a 14-year-old, which was not something we fucking practiced. Let me show you something. Something real quick. Side note. And I actually saved this. I'm glad I did. So this is what we... Hold on. This is what we create. You see, we have beautiful daughters. Right? We have beautiful daughters. And we create these things. I'm showing you this video because of what the comments say, okay? There's a point behind this. So watch this.
Un qué? Un qué? Dame un tu.
Create. But look at these pedophiliacs. When Columbus came, he raped a 9-year-old, you fucking dumbass white boy. He raped a 9-year-old daughter. 9-year-old girl is what Columbus raped. We have the books for it. A white man kidnapped Pocahontas at 9 years old. 12 years old. I'm mistaken. 12 years old. We have the books for that. Watch this.
What's her only stripes? What's her only hearts? What's her only forest? What's her spiritual animal? What's her smoke signal?
Instructions of leader, setting sail to find out in person.
an invasion and occupation.
My bad, family. I was on mute.
A takeover and everything like that. And I think that had a lot to do with it.
The struggle for land inspired urban Chicanos who believed the United States conquest of the Southwest had turned them into second-class citizens.
Certain things you knew, stores you shouldn't shop in, movie theaters you probably best not go to, and still the synonymous sense that the word Mexican went with the word dirty. I remember as a child people feeling that the best thing they could say to me was, well, you're a Spanish girl, aren't you? And I'd say, no, I'm Mexican.
I hated being Mexican. There was no respect, there was no status, there was no participation in the society. My father not speaking good English was an embarrassment when I would go to school as a child. Now, these were things that I wasn't able to intellectualize. These were things that I felt. We were walking around with a tremendous burden of being Mexican in a country that didn't want us except as labor.
This is something that I'll never forget. And I'll never forget it because this was the evening that I asked my wife to marry me.
Edward Broybal, one of the first Mexican Americans elected to Congress, experienced discrimination firsthand.
And the policeman lined us all up, about 14 couples, made us put our hands up over our heads, and they went through our pockets. Then they asked each one of us to show credentials. I gave them my wallet, and after they looked at it, this policeman started to take my cards out of my wallet and drop them to the sidewalk. And then after he did that, he said, now you pick them up. I remember getting on my knees and picking them up. This is something, of course, that a man that had just asked his best girl to marry him will not forget.
California Senator.
How is this any different than today? It keeps repeating itself, family. It's literally like I don't even know at this point, what is it that we're going to have to do in order for you guys to understand that you are enemy number one. You are the priority of this thing, I don't know, destruction. Like, they want to get rid of you.
The department has not been answering his questions, so he decided to ask them to her face to face. Then this happened.
I want to say thank you to
As Secretary Kristi Noem is in the middle of a press conference.
Hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla.
California's U.S. Senator Alex Padilla tries to ask a question and is forcibly removed.
Dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
I also want to hands off. How many of our ICE agents have been docked?
They ain't just white people, and they ain't just like black folks either. There's people that look just like you doing this shit. This is why those natives hate the fact that I'm teaching y'all what I teach you, because it's showing that even though they look like you, may not be your fucking people.
On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. Padilla is handcuffed, but not formally arrested.
It's any different than what we're watching historically.
Our parents consciously chose not to share their experiences with us, their bitter, discriminatory experiences.
Let's do that now. Like, you think that my kids know what's going on? I share it with them. But in my house, it's love, man. Like, not always love, you know, I get mad at them, whatever. They don't do their chores, I got to do it. You know, like typical stuff. But I protect my family over anything. If they're going to hear it from me. And I don't filter it. I say it bluntly. But the pain is less. We are experiencing it much more.
They thought that it would embitter us, that it would create sort of a hatred within us that they wanted to prevent and protect us from.
Many of the issues of civil rights are very complex and most difficult.
President Lyndon Johnson, a Texan elected with broad Mexican-American support in 1964, was already under pressure from the Mexican-American community. The courthouse raid dramatized the growing unrest among Mexican-Americans. The legacy of poverty and discrimination was abundantly clear. Half of all Mexican Americans had less than 8 years of education, and a third lived in poverty. Politically, they were
but you know what, brother? It ain't just black people no more, dude. It's white folks now. White folks are saying this shit is so difficult. Oh my God, times are so tough. Like, no, it ain't just, it ain't just negros anymore, bro.
Underrepresented. In 1967, only 4 Mexican Americans served in Congress.
Spanish-speaking people, I think, need to get closer to their government and to get action from their government. And get action
Johnson responded by creating a cabinet committee on Mexican-American affairs.
For help in solving their very special, unique problems.
Was by the way, just to let you know, Johnson was he was the, I guess you could say, the president at the time of the civil rights, 1963, 64, 65. So he had, I don't know if it was legitimate or not, but he had some sympathy. I don't know if empathy, but he had sympathy for people of color. I could say that about him to a certain extent, right?
I named Vicente Jimenez to the chairmanship of the committee.
And that message came to me too, that, hey, you've got to do something, because here's this young radical group out there. They've got something on their minds, and I happen to believe that they're right. Establishment, you got to do something.
And say to them, look, when you come to that particular area, you must remember that here is a...
We walked this path to get to where we want to go. Some of the others wanted to walk another path to get to where they wanted to go. But where we wanted to go was the same place. We wanted equality. We wanted first-class citizenship. We wanted to be respected. We wanted our children to have better schools. All that everybody else wants,
We're telling them that we discovered this country on this side.
But the cabinet committee was not enough.
We're telling them that our parents...
Already, new voices were demanding to be heard. In 1967, Corky Gonzalez expressed the feelings and desires of young Chicanos in an epic poem, I Am Joaquin.
I am Joaquin, lost in a world of confusion, caught up in the whirl of a gringo society. I am the masses of my people, and I refuse to be absorbed. I am Joaquin.
Joaquin is a life of all of our people. Joaquin is one of us and is all of us.
The odds are great, but my spirit is strong. My faith unbreakable. My blood is pure. I am Aztec Prince and Christian Christ. I shall endure. I will endure. And now the trumpet sounds. The music of the people stirs.
For Chicanos, I Am Joaquin was a spiritual and cultural revelation. It was the history they had never learned in school. It was a celebration of their Indian and Spanish ancestry, of their Mexican heroes and American lives.
It's the experience that was so moving, because it was such a strong poem, and yet it called you to action, and I identified greatly with it.
Corky gave soul and spirit, gave it the real spirit of what was Chicano nationalism, which was very positive. If there was an ideology out there, Corky was very much the driving force.
Once you teach a man who he is, and you give him pride in himself, you give him the spirit to stand up, there's no society he can't exist in.
Growing up in the barrios of Denver, Colorado, Corky Gonzalez boxed his way out of poverty. At one time, he was the third-ranked world featherweight contender. Later, he went into business selling bonds and insurance. He also turned to Democratic Party politics. In 1960, he registered unprecedented numbers of Mexican Americans to vote for John F. Kennedy.
Corky's motive for becoming involved in the Democratic Party was to bring about the changes that he wanted to see within the Chicano, within the Mexican community at large.
As director of Denver's War on Poverty program, he encountered a patronage system that offered little more than token jobs to Mexican Americans. After a public feud with the Denver mayor, Gonzalez broke with the Democratic Party in 1966 and began a civil rights organization called the Crusade for Justice. He envisioned a Chicano enterprise independent of government involvement.
As long as we're not antagonized, nor are the young people antagonized by people who don't show no respect for them.
We as an organization, we're a nationalist organization, which means we put our priority on our community. We felt if Mexicans didn't stick up for Mexicans, no one else was going to.
Our kids are just as smart as anybody else's kids, given the opportunities. And we wouldn't be fighting so hard if our parents before us would have done what we're doing for our children. And they say, well, this is the way it is, you have to accept it. We found out we don't have to accept it. And our kids are not going to. We're not going to settle for this for our kids. We're going to work with them and teach them our new way of life, which is our right.
Corky was a hell of an organizer, you know. I mean, this is a guy who was really making things happen in Denver. I mean, there was a full-fledged community organization that was very sophisticated for its time, operating out of Denver, Colorado. And it was all centered around this guy called Corky Gonzalez, you know, who was one of us.
Corky Gonzalez would soon gain national attention for Chicanos.
We spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person.
This was very promoted, even though this was a straight fucking womanizer, completely contrary to what he was teaching regarding Christianity and God and all this shit. Bro, you were sleeping around with a bunch of broads. That's your example. This is what they promoted and kept y'all quiet.
Classified as poor.
Dr. Martin Luther King had made great strides obtaining civil rights for black people. Now he wanted to address poverty with a multiracial coalition. King was planning a poor people's campaign in Washington, D.C. during the spring of 1968. He hoped to unite Americans of all colors under one banner to join in a common fight against poverty. Dr. King invited Corky Gonzalez and Reyes Tijerina to be part of that coalition. Only a few weeks before the campaign took place, King was assassinated.
He was in the Brotherhood, very true. Shut up, man, stop doing that. Why am I on the wrong button? My bad, man. And that's very true. So I don't know if it was something within themselves or, you know, Anglo decision making, but that unity never happened. And I can't only blame the gringo, because now I know how these other ones move.
Where are we going? We're going to try to fulfill Dr. Martin Luther King's dream. And if we Mexican Americans march to Washington, it is to tell this country that poverty is not a Negro problem. Poverty is a Mexican American. Poverty is an American Indian. Poverty is a Puerto Rican. Poverty is an Appalachian problem.
There were several busloads of people from northern New Mexico villages and small towns that were going to go. Some people who had never been out of the state before. It was really something.
Seizing the opportunity, some Chicanos gave voice to the frustrations of their people.
Everybody seems to be taking advantage of us, you know. Our Mexican American brothers and fathers are the ones that go fight in Vietnam, and then when they come back, they have no jobs. They have nothing here to come back to.
Reyes Tijerina and Corky Gonzalez were leaders for the Southwest contingent of the Poor People's Campaign.
The newspapers is speaking nothing but jobs, jobs, jobs. It doesn't mention land, it doesn't mention treaties.
Tijerina viewed the campaign as a means of bringing the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo and his land struggle to Washington's attention.
I would like to state that the Mexican Americans from the Southwest have come here in support of the Poor People's Campaign, to be part of the Poor People's Campaign.
Gonzalez saw a larger objective. He and his followers wanted to create alliances and draw national attention to Chicano issues. But the Poor People's Campaign revealed differences between the participating groups. Without Dr. King's leadership, the campaign was soon floundering. Chicanos became increasingly impatient with the campaign's lack of progress.
Our rights as Spanish Americans and the Indian rights and the poor people, poor whites, are not being represented rightfully.
I would like to say that there is no division in our ranks whatsoever.
Reverend Ralph Abernathy, director of the Poor People's Campaign, tried to resolve the conflict without success. Chicano leaders began setting their own agenda.
It's the Magna Carta versus the Supreme Court of the United States. It's the Indian people and 16,000...
At the Supreme Court, Tijerina called for the recognition of Indian rights.
So we are happy that we made history today.
Ladies and gentlemen of Resurrection City, for 9 years,
Mr. Attorney General,
under the... We have 3 more things and then I'll be with you.
At the Justice Department, Corky Gonzalez grew impatient with administration rhetoric. Gonzalez challenged Attorney General Ramsey Clark.
When you say there might be discrimination in housing, then that means that you are either naive or blind. I didn't hear you say anything about the juvenile court, kangaroo court, that subjects our children to controls by people who don't care any more about them than except to advise them to go into the U.S. Army or the Navy or Marines.
Corky Gonzalez was emerging as the leading Chicano voice.
Personality-wise, Corky understood the workings of the politics. He was skilled in that. Reyes was so single-minded around his issues that I think it was difficult for him to swim in that atmosphere. Reyes was not an organizer. He was a leader. Corky was a person who could both organize and lead.
6 weeks after it began, the Poor People's Campaign came to an end. It fell victim to its own internal troubles and to a Johnson administration that had become preoccupied with the war in Vietnam to the detriment of domestic poverty issues.
Family, that's important too, by the way. And thank you, Julie Smith, I guess. Your channel, I like your channel. It's a bit harsh, but it's hard to it's a bit harsh. But it's hard to deny true as true. Thank you for your content. Okay, you're welcome. Yeah, that's fire. Look, that's why I say I'm not one to gather people together. No, I'm not. I'm a speaker. Like, that's what I do. Like, this is what I do. This is me. I'm not an organizer. I don't know how to do that. I don't have the energy or spirit or mindset for that. I just say what I know and I read and I understand and what's passionate to me, what I care about, what affects my people, our gente. Because I don't just look at me and my kids and my wife and my sons and daughters or my mom or my sisters or brothers. No, I think about everybody, every child that I know is related to me in bloodline way, how they suffer. I think of that. I know you guys probably think I'm full of shit. I don't care because I know me and the Most High knows what I think. And this is why I do what I do. And believe me, family, I was a selfish prick, man. So for me to even think this way, it's only the work of the Most High.
Still, many Chicanos viewed their participation as a success.
When issues of civil rights were discussed, you started seeing that the Mexican-American community was mentioned, if not included. And we felt that we did attain that one goal, that we gain national visibility for a group that previously had been considered an invisible minority.
Soon after returning to New Mexico, Reyes Tijerina began a 2-year prison sentence for his role in the takeover of the Carson National Forest.
Because they're nothing but racists. Let's face it. You have to understand that they thought that we couldn't march.
In Denver, Corky Gonzalez and other leaders announced it was time for Chicanos to meet independently and on their own terms.
We came here to build the new Chicano movement. That's what we came here for.
The first Chicano Youth Conference was to take place at Denver in March of 1969. Chicanos everywhere were invited. Students, teachers, laborers, barrio youth. The coming event attracted considerable attention, not all of it desired.
And FBI files on the Crusade for Justice showed that that very proposal to convene a national gathering of Latino activists immediately drew the concern of J. Edgar Hoover and the FBI.
At that particular point in time, we assumed that we were under surveillance, but we had not yet become paranoid. All the arrest, the persecution, and the attempt to destroy the movement through legal means had not yet taken full hold.
The FBI predicted a poor showing, but the Los Angeles Times expected otherwise. And
now, family, I want you to remember this, okay? There is, I think, an understanding that in government, there's a lot of self-proclaimed Jews, right? Israeli Ashkenazis, right? Right? And they are also in government. In case you don't know this, a lot of them, whether Democratic or Republican, voted for Trump. There's a reason behind that. And I think we need to be reminded that we have people here that look at you in a very similar fashion as they look at people in Gaza.
Que es un criminal sionista, lo digo abiertamente, él apoyó a Trump y es íntimo de Netanyahu. Entonces, cuando llegó Netanyahu a Dallas, Texas, que había un grupo de judíos o israelíes, no sé cómo se diga ya eso, le decían, oye, ¿por qué persigues tanto a los palestinos? Y les dice, los palestinos son para nosotros los israelíes lo que los mexicanos son para ustedes en Estados Unidos. Entonces, yo veo la palestinización de los mexicanos en Estados Unidos.
Con todos los componentes.
¿Cómo?
Con todos los componentes, porque primero Estados Unidos le roba el territorio a México, después le termina de construir un muro, después los ataques xenófobos y racistas por un componente étnico y religioso también. ¿Qué falta?
Bueno, falta el último capítulo. Vamos a empezar a ver, hay que tenerlo en el escenario, una gran discriminación sobre los mexicanos. Eso a mí me queda muy claro. Y Estados Unidos, porque aquí la pureza blanca del WASP, el racismo, supremacismo, es igual que la pureza inventada de los nuevos judíos del siglo XXI, que ni son semitas. Lo digo con responsabilidad. Hoy uno llega a Tel Aviv y el 25% habla ruso. Son de origen házaro. Los házaros, lo digo también con definiciones puntuales, son mongoles centroasiáticos. No son semitas. En Estados Unidos, que es un criminal,
sent veteran reporter Rubén Salazar to cover the event. More than 1,000 came to the meeting, 3 times the Crusade's initial estimate.
That was my first encounter with Texans and Coloradans and New Mexicans and Arizonians. And they were all Mexicans. And then there were Mexicans from Chicago, New York, Kansas. I didn't know there were Mexicans in Kansas.
So this was one of the main purposes to relate the farm worker struggle, the land struggle, the urban struggle, and in doing that we forgot a lot about the urban problems. And
Corky Gonzalez hoped to adopt a plan of action. It would be a nationalist blueprint for self-determination emphasizing separate Chicano institutions, community-controlled schools, an independent political party, and cultural affirmation.
Every single session would be opened with a poem or with a song. There were dance, there was theater. It was rich, it was stimulating, it was alive and vibrant.
The building was just pulsating with energy and music and chants and the excitement of all these young people together. It was very positive. The thing I remember most, however, is this workshop, a women's workshop, where, I guess maybe there's 50, 70 women together, Chicanas.
The women began questioning their roles in the Chicano movement.
There was sort of some thinking among some of the leadership that women belonged behind the men, walking behind the men, and their total role was to do nothing but support the men. And there were others who said, hell no. You know, we're the ones who keep it together. We keep it together in our community, we keep it together in our homes, and we're not walking behind nobody.
On the one hand, women were doing the work. They were often in leadership. They had a lot of the ideas, and at the same time, they were often consistently expected to make the food and to do typing, clerical kinds of work.
This debate took the male organizers of the conference by surprise.
We didn't know what they were talking about nor why they felt that way. So due to the pressure of the women, the agendas were changed, meeting places were set, panels were set up, and women had their voice whether or not the men liked it.
The Women's Caucus agreed to press for equality within all aspects of the movement, but rejected a separate organization for Chicana feminists.
Most of us, I'll say the majority, were not at the point of defining ourselves separately in the Chicano movement. There was not a formal position taken, just that it should be understood that women and men would be equal, especially since we were fighting for equality and for the end to racism.
That was as much a rejection of the women's liberation movement of those years, which was seen as, and in many ways was, overwhelmingly middle class and Anglo women, white women, who did not understand racist oppression, did not understand the oppression of whole people, half of whom are male.
In other discussions, some of them very heated, activists debated Marxism and nationalism, but reaffirmed a Chicano identity rooted in ancient Aztec myths.
We didn't want to assimilate it into some melting pot notion in which we had to sacrifice everything, and the dominant society just swallowed us up into some sense of a new American, and we had to give up who we were, and we wanted to define ourselves on our terms.
At night, Alurista, a young poet, was hard at work. Drawing upon Aztec folklore, he drafted a new mythology for Chicanos, describing a symbolic Chicano homeland within the borders of the United States.
I presented it the next day as a poem that I thought encapsulated the spirit of the moment. I never planned anything else. I said, may I read you a poem?
Before the world, before all of North America, before all of our brothers in the Bronze Continent, we are a nation. We are a union of free pueblos. We are AZTLAN.
According to legend, the Aztec people had migrated from a place called AZTLAN to central Mexico. For Chicanos, AZTLAN came to mean the southwestern United States, their homeland.
It was a calling. It was almost like a declaration for us
and a calling to say, you know, we are AZTLAN, we are a Browns people, we're a nation.
And I would like to say, family, it makes no sense to feel better about yourself if you migrated from North America to South America. That's not relevance. You get what I'm saying? A migration was further beyond, and we have documents to prove that our people, even in the Papalul, speaks of are traveling through like mountainous ranges, sounds of animals, and volcanoes erupting and water shaking. That's what it takes to read.
I think of AZTLAN still to this day as perhaps the most important premise of the entire movement. It was about a state of being and a place. Every people have a place. And so to say you were Chicano without a place is impossible. So the place was AZTLAN.
AZTLAN became a call for political power, a call heard when over 1,000 Chicanos marched out of conference headquarters to the state capitol. There, they lowered the Colorado state banner and raised the Mexican flag.
With our hearts in our hands and our hands in the soil, we declare the independence of our mestizo nation.
To outsiders, it looked like Chicanos were turning their back on America. To Chicanos, it meant they were here to stay.
It meant we were home. It meant this was our historic land. It meant this is where we were from. It meant we weren't foreigners. It meant we weren't wetbacks. It meant we weren't illegal aliens. It meant we were in our ancestral land.
We had been educated under mythologies and myths that basically emanated and came out of the American experience. You know. Whatever you had, you know, whether it's Manifest Destiny or the Cherry Tree or whatever myths, you know, energize your culture, we now had something, the myth of AZTLAN, it connected us all.
The conference adopted Alurista's poem as the preamble to its 15-point plan. The next step was to make AZTLAN a reality. Within a year, the movement was poised to launch an independent political party. The kickoff would coincide with the demonstration against Chicano casualties in Vietnam.
Anti-war demonstrators protest U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War in mass marches, rallies, and demonstrations. Central Park is the starting point for the parade to the UN building.
President Richard Nixon came to office in 1968, promising to reduce American troops in Vietnam. Instead, he widened the war. Opposition to Vietnam was taking hold in the Chicano community.
We had reached the point where we were going to say that, hey, we don't have to prove ourselves, feel a inferiority complex, and go out and serve in that war.
We're protesting against the discriminatory draft laws that give deferment to all the Anglo middle class people of this country and make the heaviest burden of the war fall on the poor, fall on the Mexicano.
People were becoming expert at getting out of the war, you know, and so as more and more middle-class people that could afford lawyers began to get deferments, the draft boards filled up their quotas with more of the poor, and particularly Mexican-American.
Mexican-American casualties were disproportionate to their numbers. In the Southwest, Mexican-Americans made up 12% of the population, but accounted for almost 20% of the region's deaths in Vietnam, according to many sources.
There was some dissent. in our community about whether or not we should be protesting against the war, but it was generally a generational division. Young people were pretty much against it. Students were almost completely all against it. At the same time, I have to say that there was a very strong military tradition in our community.
Mexican Americans had served with distinction in the U.S. military since the Civil War, and during World Wars I and II received the highest military honors.
So there was and is a deep respect for the military in our community because it was one of the gateways, one of the paths that people took to gain an education, to gain some sort of self-respect. The problem.
Hey, let me just say this, family. I think one thing that a lot of us have, our indigenous bloodline, bro, is we're not afraid to die. Like, we're not afraid to die. I think we're afraid to leave a bad legacy behind, you know, for us respectful fathers, right? You know, men that actually act according to how we should be. Pero temor a la muerte no la tenemos, güey. Eso es lo último. Like, we know that's coming. We actually know that death is coming. It don't matter to me. You know, whether it's early or not. What I hate is leaving memories behind that don't stand up or don't measure to the standards that I expect of myself. And I think a lot of us feel this way.
The problem was that the only places where we could go forth and claim a part of being American in this country was by spilling our blood.
And the fatality rate is not consistent with the fact that we have so many inconsistencies as far as social problems here in Los Angeles, in our own nation, our own country.
If you were asked to risk to die for something, what is it you believe in, and what do you owe to that country?
You know, why should you fight over there when our main battle's over here right now?
This is our land. This is our land.
It's easy for the establishment to say, aren't we all the same? Aren't we all Americans? Well, obviously we're not. Otherwise we wouldn't be in the revolutionary process that we are in now.
What, in your estimation, is the most serious problem?
Los Angeles Times columnist Ruben Salazar had been following the Chicano movement ever since the Denver Youth Conference. Chicanos, in turn, were coming to respect his frank commentary.
And when he goes in the army, he goes to...
Salazar now joined Chicanos in vocal opposition to the war.
Many of us are quite grateful that I, for one, probably would never have gone to college if I had not been in the army, thanks to the GI Bill. But the fact remains that we seem to lose more of our people in Vietnam in proportion to the rest of the...
Nah, I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. It's true, man. We are not afraid to die. If you're ready to die, you're ready to live. It's almost like the best way to put it is, I grew up in Oceanside, right, by the beach, Oceanside. And whenever I'd go out there in the water, every time the wave could come at me, I'll run at it and just go against it, just to jump in the water, right? So it's almost like as if we tackle it like that. Like when we know it's that time, we're not going to be afraid from it and run from it. Okay, let's do it then. Face forward. But again, the legacy is more important. The memory that we leave behind is more important. I think that's what we fear the most, is to leave that negative memory behind.
Population.
A Chicano moratorium committee was formed to build momentum against the war.
The idea came up, why don't we have a national meeting and start developing how we nationally do something against the war? So let's have our own Chicano moratorium.
They held anti-war rallies in Chicago, San Francisco, Austin, and Houston, with a major demonstration slated for Los Angeles in August 1970. A moratorium march. Afterwards, Corky Gonzalez and others hoped to convene the first meeting of an all-Chicano political party.
In many ways, the moratorium march was the apex of the Chicano movement. And it was a moment in which we all felt that we had to speak. And the war was the single most important issue that was confronting the country at the time.
Emily, let me tell you something. The white man ain't afraid of the black man or the black woman. They're not afraid of them. You want to know why? Because they've dealt with each other for a long time. They're afraid of you. They're afraid of what you can do. Because we have what's called communalism. We never are like they say, you fuck with one bean, you fuck with the whole burrito.
On August 29th, 25 to 30,000 Chicanos gathered in Los Angeles to protest the war in Vietnam.
There was a couple getting married at the St. Alphonsus Church. They timed their wedding so they could come right out of the church into the march. Ruben Salazar was there, and he came up right in the middle of, right up Whittier and Atlantic, in the middle of the street, gave me a big thing. Well, you did it.
After a 4.5-mile march, the demonstrators gathered at Laguna Park.
Everybody was there greeting their friends, greeting their families, people that relatives they may not have seen in a long time that they happened to see August 29th.
During the afternoon rally, a disturbance erupted at a local liquor store.
According to the police story, some people went into a liquor store and walked out with some six-packs and went towards the park. And supposedly the shop owner called into the police. The police came and started chasing the people that supposedly took the beer, and the people ran into the park. And then the police wanted to go get them, but the people in the park wouldn't move out of the way, so they had to call more police and declared an illegal assembly.
And here's the sad part, family. A lot of our gente doesn't even know this. A lot of our people don't even have an idea that this actually occurred. We're at that moment where a lot of us have to really come to a conclusion on what side you are on.
That was their pretext that they used, to break up a demonstration of 25, 30,000 people against the war in Vietnam in East LA. So you had a panic, you had a stampede, a human stampede.
Did you see that, bro? Did you see that? They just whacked the sister in her head, man. She wasn't even doing anything to him. She's just standing there. And you see how this is not media? You see why they banned the brother's book, Occupied America? He talked about all of this.
A lot of destruction took place on both sides. The police called it a Chicano riot. The people called it a police riot.
Demonstrators found refuge in nearby homes or in local businesses as police forced people out of the park and into the streets.
I was in the restroom with little children that were there. They were very scared. They were crying. The mother had never seen such a thing.
Deputy Sheriff Thomas Wilson responded to a report that an armed person was in the Silver Dollar Bar on Whittier Boulevard.
When I approached the doorway, I knew I had a tear gas projectile in the weapon. I wanted to get something inside, and I wanted to get it inside quick. I attempted to aim up towards the ceiling to bounce the projectile to the rear of the bar.
Some people inside never heard the orders to come out. Among them, Ruben Salazar.
Sometime later, after the gas cleared, information was received that the victim, Mr. Salazar, was inside the location, had been injured. The officers investigated and they found that he was dead and was lying approximately 20 to 25 feet inside the front door.
And it is your opinion. The deputy sheriff's tear gas canister hit Salazar in the head, killing him.
If it was an accident, it happened because the lives of Mexican people were considered worthless. So that you could fire a huge tear gas projectile into a bar, a public place, and not worry about it. It happened that it took off Ruben Salazar's head.
Chicanos mourned the loss of a friend and their only ally in the mainstream media. The death of Ruben Salazar had a profound impact on the Chicano movement.
I think that the sheriffs, proved the point that for the Chicano, the war is more here in the struggle for justice than over in Vietnam.
We had considered the possibility of violence, being that there were so many people. But certainly not deaths.
200 people were arrested, 60 were wounded, 3 died, and plans to create an all-Chicano political party were postponed.
We've lost a certain heart. We lost a certain innocence of our ideals, that we could engage the country through the country's own ideals of the Bill of Rights, the ideals that the country was supposedly founded on, and that we could be killed.
All people who are struggling for more social justice, it's a long struggle. But there are traditions that get set, there are concepts that get established, there's visions that get put out, there's dreams that get dreamed. And just having those in our lives and in our minds is a victory in itself.
This is something that a lot of us probably have never heard of. I only found this out about the book itself, Occupied America, because of my wife. Like, she was the one that referred me to this book. And I learned a lot. And I'm thankful. I'm thankful that she went to college, because I didn't. And she took Chicano Studies, because I didn't. And she found that book. That's a great resource, man. Anyways, I got another video real quick, family, just to kind of give you an example of what's occurring. This one's in Spanish, so for you Raza that don't speak Spanish, my bad. Maybe we'll see you another day when we come back in 30 minutes, maybe. I don't know, but let's continue. I won't chime in too much on this one. I think it's self-explanatory.
Voy a comenzar con algo que incomoda profundamente a muchos en Washington, pero que ya no puede seguir ocultándose bajo la versión oficial de la historia. Cuando se plantea que México podría recuperar los territorios que le fueron arrebatados por Estados Unidos, no se trata de un capricho histórico ni de un nacionalismo superficial diseñado para emocionar a las masas con glorias del pasado. Se trata de un desequilibrio jurídico, político y económico que por primera vez en más de 170 años está comenzando a inclinarse a favor de México de forma irreversible. He dedicado décadas a estudiar los mecanismos de poder del imperio estadounidense He analizado sus estructuras internas, sus fortalezas y particularmente sus debilidades sistémicas. Y nunca en toda la historia moderna había observado a Estados Unidos tan vulnerable, tan fragmentado internamente y tan incapaz de sostener la narrativa legal con la que justificó aquella expansión territorial que redefinió el continente. Lo que estamos presenciando no es nostalgia histórica ni un acto de revanchismo tardío. México está tocando una grieta sistémica profunda, un punto débil jurídico que tiene el potencial de reconfigurar no solo el mapa geográfico, sino la economía global y la legitimidad misma del poder hegemónico más poderoso del hemisferio occidental. Washington lo sabe, los estrategas militares y políticos lo saben, y lo que voy a explicar hoy revela por qué este es el escenario que más temen en los pasillos del poder estadounidense. La discusión sobre el territorio arrebatado no es de ninguna manera un capricho histórico, ni un simple discurso nacionalista fabricado para consumo interno de votantes mexicanos. Es una fisura jurídica masiva y fundamental que Estados Unidos ha intentado tapar con retórica diplomática durante décadas enteras. Y esa fisura, que antes parecía una línea insignificante en los libros de historia marginales, hoy tiene el tamaño suficiente para cuestionar la legitimidad de uno de los tratados más importantes y a la vez más problemáticos de la historia de Norteamérica, el Tratado de Guadalupe Hidalgo. Cuando uno estudia los cimientos legales del Tratado de Guadalupe Hidalgo con la perspectiva del derecho internacional moderno, descubre algo extraordinariamente incómodo que los académicos estadounidenses han preferido silenciar. Ese acuerdo que redefinió fronteras, recursos naturales y control político sobre vastos territorios nació bajo condiciones que hoy serían consideradas absolutamente coercitivas, ilegítimas y completamente incompatibles con el derecho internacional contemporáneo de las naciones. Estados Unidos no negoció de manera equitativa. Impuso un tratado después de invadir un país debilitado, ocupar su capital militarmente, estrangular su economía comercial y amenazar explícitamente con continuar una guerra de aniquilación total si México no entregaba más de la mitad de su territorio nacional.
So I had a mark at this time to pause. Let me show you now, because now it's going to make sense what this sister also says here, del porfiriato, okay? Again, I'm trying to make sure that a lot of you guys hear that our people are starting to speak up, you know, regardless of what may occur. Because, I mean, these things have to be said.
¿Sabías tú, mi caperucita roja, que los Estados Unidos forzó a los mexicanos, hombres, mujeres y niños a trabajar en las minas de oro de México a punta de pistola por el militar de los Estados Unidos? ¿No lo sabías? Te lo explico aquí. Pero primero quiero comunicarte, chismearte, contarte que si este video que tú estás viendo no dice aquí Latin Lesbian oficial, lo estás viendo en una cuenta que no es mía. Bloquéala. Pues sí, mis chavos. Durante el régimen de Porfirio Díaz de 1876 a 1911, México fue convertido en una colonia económica al servicio del capital extranjero. Sí, mis chavos, particularmente el estadounidense. Aunque el gobierno porfirista promovió una imagen de progreso, ese desarrollo estaba cimentado en la entrega sistemática del subsuelo mexicano a inversionistas de los Estados Unidos. ¿Y sabes tú cuáles fueron las leyes que abrieron las entrañas de la tierra mexicana? Bueno, con el pretexto de modernizar el país, Díaz aprobó leyes como la Ley Minera de 1884, que privatizó el subsuelo, algo inédito en la historia mexicana. Antes, el subsuelo pertenecía a la nación. Con estas leyes pasó a manos privadas. Lo más grave, las concesiones mineras fueron otorgadas principalmente a estadounidenses. Claro, con permisos prácticamente ilimitados para explotar oro, plata, cobre, zinc, plomo, pagando impuestos ridículamente bajos o nulos. ¿Y cuáles fueron las grandes compañías del saqueo, te preguntas tú? Pues te lo voy a decir. Phelps Dodge Corporation en Arizona explotó las minas de Cananea, Sonora, que sucede ser una de las zonas mineras más ricas del continente americano. Greene Consolidated Copper Company. Ellos controlaron grandes zonas del norte de Sonora y tenía relaciones cercanas con el gobierno de Díaz. American Smelting and Refining Company. Procesaba metales extraídos de Chihuahua, Zacatecas, como también Durango. Anaconda Copper Company y otras transnacionales absorbieron miles de hectáreas de tierra minera mexicana, claro, con el apoyo legal y militar. En 1910, más del 80% de la minería mexicana estaba en manos extranjeras, con el 70% viniendo de los Estados Unidos. ¿Y cómo lograron saquear todos estos minerales de México? Pues con esclavitud de hombres, mujeres y niños mexicanos. Los trabajadores mexicanos, en su mayoría indígenas y campesinos despojados de sus tierras, eran forzados a trabajar en condiciones inhumanas. Eso incluía jornadas de 12 a 16 horas, salarios miserables, pagados en fichas, y para los que no saben, ese no era dinero de verdad. Trabajo infantil, claro. ¿Qué más esperabas de los Estados Unidos, güey? Prohibición de organizarse sindicalmente. Y pues sí, con guardias armados estadounidenses adentro de las minas. El caso de Cananea de 1906 es emblemático. Cuando los trabajadores se levantaron en huelga por condiciones laborales dignas, la respuesta no vino del gobierno mexicano, sino de tropas estadounidenses que cruzaron la frontera para proteger a la empresa Felth Dodge. ¿Saben qué? Díaz lo permitió. Fue un vil acto de traición. Se usó el ejército de una potencia extranjera para reprimir a los mexicanos en su propio territorio. Se calcula que entre 1884 y 1910, las empresas estadounidenses extrajeron del norte y del centro de México más de 2,000 millones de pesos en minerales, equivalente a decenas de miles de millones de dólares actuales. Solo en oro y plata saquearon más de 1 millón de kilos, sin dejar infraestructura, salud, educación o bienestar. Las ganancias fueron repatriadas a los Estados Unidos, mientras de que las comunidades locales quedaron destruidas por la contaminación, además de la pobreza y la violencia laboral. ¿Y qué dejó esta época? ¿Te preguntas tú? Zonas enteras devastadas por el saqueo minero. Una clase trabajadora reprimida y explotada. Luego protagonizaría la revolución de 1910. También dejó una tremenda desconfianza hacia los Estados Unidos entre los sectores obreros y populares mexicanos. Y lo más doloroso es una herida que sigue sangrando hasta el día de hoy. Cuando las empresas extranjeras, como las canadienses o las estadounidenses, siguen extrayendo oro y litio, robándoselo sin permiso de nadie del territorio mexicano, ya no habrá más ganancia extranjera en tierra mexicana. Si algo tenemos que aprender de todo esto, mis caperucitas rojas, es que el progreso promovido por los Estados Unidos en territorio mexicano no era más que un modelo de saqueo sistemático, con la complicidad de gobiernos entreguistas como el de Porfirio Díaz. El subsuelo mexicano fue entregado a cambio de concesiones políticas, sobornos y la promesa de una modernidad que nunca llegó al pueblo mexicano. Bueno, esa es la clasecita de hoy en la nueva serie de historia que les voy a traer todos los días. Si no me siguen, síganme. Y
I think that's very good history right there. That's why I wanted to interject at this moment within the video. All right, let's go.
Y esto no es retórica antiimperialista inflamada, son hechos documentados en las propias correspondencias militares y en los archivos del Congreso estadounidense. Estrangular su economía comercial y amenazar explícitamente con continuar una guerra de aniquilación total si México no entregaba más de la mitad de su territorio nacional. Y esto no es retórica antiimperialista inflamada, son hechos documentados en las propias correspondencias militares y en los archivos del Congreso estadounidense. Bajo los estándares actuales del derecho internacional, un acuerdo firmado bajo coerción militar directa es, por definición jurídica, nulo. Es un principio central del derecho contemporáneo que ha sido establecido y reafirmado por organismos internacionales. Ningún tratado firmado con una pistola apuntando a la cabeza de una nación puede considerarse jurídicamente válido o vinculante eternamente. Ninguno. Y aquí es donde el escenario cambia drásticamente para Washington. En los últimos años, hemos visto cómo expertos internacionales reconocidos y países como Alemania, Francia o Sudáfrica han comenzado a revisar ocupaciones históricas y transferencias de territorio realizadas bajo presión militar directa. Los organismos internacionales están estableciendo precedentes judiciales. La anexión forzosa ya no se acepta automáticamente como un hecho consumado e incuestionable. Esto coloca a Washington en una paradoja legal casi insuperable. El tratado original no cumple con los estándares contemporáneos de negociación equitativa y contiene violaciones flagrantes contra el principio fundamental de autodeterminación de los pueblos. México no está apelando a la nostalgia romántica del siglo XIX. Está apelando a los mismos estándares jurídicos que Estados Unidos dice defender públicamente en Ucrania o en Taiwán, pero que se niega hipócritamente a aplicar a su propia frontera sur. Si ese tratado se firmara.
Hey, just to get you guys an understanding, he's basically saying the hypocrisy of the Anglos here in America to go out there and tell Putin to stay out of Ukraine when, you know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are basically taking the territory of other people and acting like as if it never happened. The nerve of you. The same shit goes with the Israelis over there in Palestine. The nerve of all you characters to go in another place, demand it to be yours, then want to get rid of the people that you stole it from.
Hoy sería declarado ilegal inmediatamente por la comunidad internacional en cuestión de días. Y esa es la vulnerabilidad que los imperios temen más profundamente. No la derrota militar convencional, sino la ilegitimidad legal que erosiona la base moral de su existencia. Al observar esa vulnerabilidad jurídica, que ya no puede ocultarse bajo ninguna circunstancia, lo inevitable es mirar hacia adentro del propio Estados Unidos. Porque un reclamo territorial, por muy simbólico o legal que sea, solo puede transformarse en una amenaza existencial cuando el país que lo enfrenta está dividido internamente, agotado por conflictos múltiples y sin capacidad política para sostener frentes adicionales en su propia región. Y eso, precisamente eso, es lo que está ocurriendo hoy en la superpotencia. Quienes analizan la política estadounidense desde fuera a menudo no alcanzan a comprender la magnitud real del colapso interno que vive la superpotencia. Pero yo sí la he visto de cerca. He estudiado sus fracturas internas durante décadas. Y puedo afirmar, sin exageración, que Estados Unidos no había estado tan débil institucionalmente, socialmente y políticamente desde la década de 1860, durante la Guerra Civil que casi destruyó la Unión. La polarización allá no es un fenómeno mediático superficial, es estructural, profunda, fundamental. La mitad del país considera ilegítima a la otra mitad. 30 estados desafían regularmente al gobierno federal en cuestiones constitucionales. Gobernadores republicanos, especialmente en Texas, actúan casi como presidentes de micronaciones independientes, amenazando abiertamente con ignorar fallos de la Corte Suprema. ¿Cómo puede un país sostener un reclamo territorial histórico si ni siquiera puede sostener una narrativa común dentro de sus propias fronteras? Washington intenta proyectar fuerza en Ucrania o Taiwán, tratando de mantener su rol de policía global, pero internamente no controla su propio mapa político. Esta es una paradoja que erosiona cualquier legitimidad, pero aquí viene lo más decisivo, lo que realmente aterra a los centros de análisis estratégico.
No, and that's very true because a lot of you Republicans, right wingers, you guys are all here saying deep state, you know, someone's running the country different than us. 1776, the Constitution of Independence, you know what I mean? All of that stuff, right? And at the same time, you criticize the same government that created all of this for you. There's never has been any civility with these 50 states that ever got united, ever. Think about it, family. Never. So this is what he's basically saying. How are you trying to, you know, express a certain type of, I don't know, political structure that you can't even keep in your own home?
De Washington. La economía estadounidense, aunque sigue siendo gigantesca en términos de Producto Interno Bruto nominal, está bajo un estrés sistémico que no sufría desde los años 70 durante la crisis del petróleo. Su deuda federal supera los 35 billones de dólares, una cifra casi incomprensible, y su capacidad para financiar conflictos se reduce día a día. Pero sobre todo enfrentan una dependencia absoluta del comercio con México que ya no pueden ignorar ni minimizar sin consecuencias catastróficas. El país al que antes trataban como un socio secundario, un vecino menor, hoy es su principal proveedor de automóviles, alimentos frescos y tecnología de precisión. Si México mueve un dedo, Estados Unidos pierde entramados industriales enteros. Sus plantas automotrices se paralizan en cuestión de horas. Y esto se vuelve aún más explosivo cuando lo combinamos con un factor que Washington intenta borrar del debate público. La población de origen mexicano que vive en esos territorios ocupados, esos territorios que fueron arrebatados en 1848, no es una minoría marginal insignificante. Es una de las fuerzas demográficas y culturales más influyentes dentro del territorio estadounidense actual. Esto convierte cualquier disputa territorial en un dilema interno que Estados Unidos no puede resolver con fuerza bruta sin pagar un costo social incalculable que rompería la cohesión nacional.
Is this, that if they, let's say, put it this way, if the Anglo managed to deport all of us out of these lands, right? You got all the so-called Hispanics together, right? And kicked us all out, okay? What he's basically saying is it would destroy it would destroy the country. You can't just cut a portion of that society and its economy and all of a sudden think everything's going to be smooth. No, not at all. En contraire, mon frère.
Y ese equilibrio precario, frágil, que existe en Washington, es justamente lo que da paso al elemento que redefine esta historia por completo: el ascenso económico irreversible de México. Un ascenso que ya no puede etiquetarse simplemente como una coincidencia comercial o una tendencia temporal, sino como una fuerza tectónica que cambia la correlación de poder entre ambos países para siempre de manera estructural. Cuando uno observa ese escenario de fractura interna en Estados Unidos, lo siguiente que emerge no es retórica inflamada, sino un cambio estructural verificable en las realidades geopolíticas. Mientras Washington enfrenta divisiones internas que erosionan su autoridad moral y política, México avanza en silencio, consolidando algo que jamás había tenido en su historia moderna: la capacidad de volverse indispensable. Esto no es un discurso nacionalista romántico. Es un hecho verificable en las decisiones estratégicas de compañías globales que cotizan en bolsa. México ya no es el socio menor dependiente. Se ha convertido en el pilar indispensable del que todo depende. La industria automotriz mundial, la electrónica avanzada y la manufactura de alta precisión han convertido a México en el corazón mecánico de Norteamérica. Y esto, insisto, no es un detalle menor, es fundamental. Si México quisiera presionar a Washington hoy, no necesitaría bloquear un puerto militar ni cerrar una frontera con soldados y enfrentamientos. Bastaría con demorar un porcentaje mínimo de su producción crítica para generar un caos absoluto en las plantas estadounidenses que dependen día tras día de componentes mexicanos para seguir operando. Esto es lo que en geopolítica llamamos apalancamiento. México ha ganado la habilidad de decir no y la capacidad de poner condiciones sin miedo a represalias militares directas. Pero la clave no está solo en lo que México fabrica actualmente, sino en la revalorización de los recursos que están literalmente en disputa histórica. Y aquí entramos en el terreno más peligroso para Estados Unidos como potencia. Los territorios arrebatados en 1848, California, Nevada, Texas, no son tierras inertes. Son la base fundamental de la seguridad energética del siglo XXI. Estamos hablando de las reservas de litio en Nevada, vitales y críticas para la guerra tecnológica con China por la dominación de tecnología verde, de los acuíferos en el suroeste, que sostienen a millones de personas y mantienen ciudades como Las Vegas y Phoenix viables, y de la infraestructura petrolera de Texas, que sigue siendo esencial. Si México utiliza su nueva legitimidad económica para cuestionar la soberanía de esos territorios estratégicos, no solo está cuestionando un mapa antiguo de siglo y medio de antigüedad, está poniendo en jaque la transición energética completa y la seguridad hídrica de la superpotencia. Los mercados internacionales odian la incertidumbre territorial y la consideran tóxica. Un solo reclamo formal sobre estas tierras estratégicas generaría un nerviosismo que Washington, en su obsesión por la independencia energética,
See why now I have to show you the video earlier? It's kind of like a similar situation happened in Arizona, fighting for the land grants.
simplemente no puede costear económicamente. México controla hoy las cadenas de suministro críticas y potencialmente la narrativa sobre quién es el dueño legítimo de los recursos del futuro inmediato. Y mientras ese mapa de 1848 se convierte en un documento cada vez más difícil de defender bajo los estándares contemporáneos de derecho internacional, surge una dinámica todavía más inquietante para Washington: la pérdida absoluta del control sobre la narrativa histórica misma, porque la batalla por el territorio arrebatado ya no se libra únicamente en tribunales formales o en archivos diplomáticos cerrados, se está librando en la esfera informativa global. Y por primera vez en la historia de esta relación bilateral entre ambas naciones, México está dominando el terreno de la narrativa con una eficacia que los estrategas estadounidenses jamás vieron venir. Durante más de un
Guys, take a look at the 1823 Monroe Doctrine. They actually argued to take territory from our native brothers and sisters, right? They argued, and their justification was the Papal Bull of 14, I think, 94 or 54, one of those Papal Bulls. Like literally, they took that shit to court. You guys can look it up. 1823 Monroe Doctrine, and how they used the Papal Bull to argue the case. Look it up.
Siglo, Estados Unidos monopolizó absolutamente la verdad histórica. Sus libros de texto, su cine de Hollywood, su academia y su política exterior vendieron al mundo la idea del destino manifiesto, una expansión.
Family, who runs the media? Who runs all of that media? Who is the announcer for them? The Khazars. Now you know. Whether they were Democratic or Republican, it didn't matter. They all voted for Trump, fam. Because he was going to continue what's going on in Gaza. What's going on here is a bunch of stuff, distraction. You have no idea. The shit's still going on over there. People are still dying over there.
Inevitable, moral y supuestamente civilizatoria. Pero esa narrativa se está cayendo a pedazos ante los ojos del mundo. Hoy, lo que Washington ocultaba entre archivos clasificados circula libremente en redes globales para que cualquiera pueda verlo. La anexión ya no se ve como un triunfo de civilización. Se ve como lo que realmente fue un despojo imperialista incompatible con los valores modernos que Estados Unidos predica. Y cuando un país pierde la legitimidad moral de su fundación histórica, pierde su armadura diplomática fundamental, pierde la capacidad de imponer su narrativa. Pero aquí está lo verdaderamente peligroso para la Casa Blanca y sus asesores estratégicos. La comunidad internacional ha olido sangre, ha detectado debilidad. He visto este fenómeno repetirse en cada ciclo de declive imperial a lo largo de la historia. Potencias emergentes y bloques como los BRICS e incluso aliados europeos que buscan autonomía estratégica de Washington ya no ven el reclamo mexicano como un conflicto regional aislado sin importancia. Lo ven como una oportunidad geopolítica de bajo costo. No es que amen a México particularmente, es que...
At least, because I referenced it, so let me show you guys, okay? So you have the Madison versus Marbury versus Madison landmark in 1803. Then if you Google Marshall's 1823 Papal Bull use, it says Chief Justice John Marshall in 1823 Supreme Court decision in Johnson versus McIntosh explicitly used the enshrined doctrine of discovery rooted in 15th century papal bulls like the Inter Cartera and Romanus Pontifex. You see how you Christmas Christians or even Raza that is still Christian like this, you don't even realize that they are the robbers. They justified your religion to rape you. And you still believe that? Seriously?
Apoyar la revisión de fronteras coloniales o forzadas es una estrategia de bajo costo y alto impacto para debilitar la hegemonía estadounidense sin disparar una sola bala, sin derramar una gota de sangre. Si Washington tiene que gastar capital político defendiendo la legitimidad de su propia frontera sur, es una potencia distraída, defensiva y vulnerable en el escenario global. Esto redefine el equilibrio de poder mundial. Y esto nos conduce directamente al punto que genera pánico real en los pasillos del poder en Washington. El terror existencial al precedente histórico. Pocas personas entienden la magnitud nuclear de este riesgo para el sistema estadounidense. Si México logra, aunque sea simbólicamente, que se reconozca internacionalmente que un tratado firmado bajo coerción puede ser revisado y anulado, se activa un efecto dominó devastador. Si se cuestiona 1848, ¿qué impide que Hawái cuestione la anexión de 1898? ¿Qué impide que las naciones nativas americanas exijan la revisión de tratados violados sistemáticamente durante siglos? ¿Qué sucede con los territorios insulares del Pacífico que fueron conquistados bajo similares circunstancias? Estados Unidos construyó su imperio continental sobre la premisa de que sus conquistas eran hechos consumados e incuestionables, piedra fundamental de su narrativa nacional. Pero si México demuestra que no fueron ni morales, ni justas, ni legales bajo el derecho moderno, toda la arquitectura simbólica de la nación estadounidense se fractura. El miedo no es solo perder Texas o California territorialmente. El miedo profundo es perder la narrativa fundacional que mantiene unido al país, que justifica su existencia. Washington sabe perfectamente que si se abre esa puerta legal, no habrá forma de cerrarla jamás. Y ese precedente es una amenaza existencial mucho más potente que cualquier ejército invasor convencional.
Basically means that what I just shared with you guys earlier regarding these cases, because in reality, they based the taking of lands off of this right here in court. They actually argued, they justified it through a religious belief against the state, establishing that Christian Europeans' discovery, quote unquote, granted nations superior title, the exclusive right to acquire indigenous lands, effectively denying Native American inheritance land rights and forming the basis of U.S. property law and expansion. You see that? Important to pay attention.
Verdaderamente revelador, cuando se observa de cerca la reacción nerviosa de Washington, es que su temor no se sostiene únicamente en lo político o en lo legal, sino en algo mucho más profundo. La pérdida progresiva de la capacidad militar estadounidense, que durante un siglo fue su carta final, su último recurso, porque mientras muchos analistas siguen imaginando a Estados Unidos como la potencia incuestionable capaz de aplastar cualquier intento de revisión territorial con superioridad militar abrumadora, los datos duros muestran una realidad completamente distinta, casi opuesta. Y he revisado suficientes informes, presupuestos y diagnósticos internos del Pentágono para afirmar esto con absoluta certeza. Estados Unidos es, en este contexto específico de una disputa fronteriza real, un tigre de papel. El ejército estadounidense enfrenta la peor crisis de reclutamiento en 50 años, desde los años 70. Miles de puestos están vacíos, las reservas están agotadas y la infraestructura está envejecida, requiriendo renovación masiva. Están dispersos globalmente, tratando de contener a China en el Pacífico, sostener frentes en Europa contra Rusia y vigilar Medio Oriente. No tienen el personal disponible, ni la capacidad logística necesaria, ni el capital político para abrir un frente adicional en su propia frontera sur, y mucho menos contra un país que es el engranaje vital de su propia economía industrial. Usar la fuerza contra México sería un suicidio estratégico completo. Paralizaría las industrias automotrices y alimentarias de Estados Unidos en cuestión de días, generando caos económico. Washington lo sabe perfectamente, aunque no lo admita públicamente.
You see, fam? You see that? You see that?
¡Viva México, cabrones!
That's a fact. They're at the brink of breaking, and yet they are biting the hand that feeds them. You disgusting, sewage living bastards. You are a disgrace to humanity. Instead of thanking us, this is what you do. Wow. But I guess what else is expected, right, fam? I mean, shit, they had a river that they shitted in and still drank out of in Europe.
Desplegar tropas en la frontera sur sería admitir que ya no tienen argumentos legales o diplomáticos, sería una confesión de debilidad. Entonces, ¿cómo avanza México si no es con tanques y soldados? Aquí es donde entra la verdadera pesadilla de los estrategas estadounidenses. Los mecanismos quirúrgicos del derecho internacional moderno. El escenario de recuperación no es una invasión militar convencional. Es un proceso jurídico, quirúrgico y sistemático. Primero, el arbitraje internacional formal. Organismos como la Corte Internacional de Justicia ya han fallado a favor de naciones que demostraron coerción en tratados históricos. Si México presenta la evidencia documental completa de la invasión,
Did a class regarding the coercion. Okay, the coercion of accessing these lands. I'm going to look up the class real quick while I show you this video. But it shows us who was working, behind, I guess you could say, closed doors.
De 1847 ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia obliga a Estados Unidos a defender lo indefendible públicamente. Segundo, y más letal, son los plebiscitos globales y la autodeterminación de pueblos. El derecho internacional contemporáneo reconoce claramente que las poblaciones tienen derecho inalienable a decidir su soberanía política. En los estados del suroeste, California, Arizona, Nuevo México, Texas, viven millones de personas con raíces culturales, historia e identidad mexicana.
This one right here. It's called Freemasons Jose Esteva, The Root of the Mexican War in 1848. Okay, I did this class June 6, 2024, last year. Matter of fact, let me post it on the link here real quick. Y'all can check it out after. And I show the actual documentation, as to like what occurred. I think around, if you want to just go ahead and skip all the other stuff that I show, right? Because there's a lot of videos I show. You can watch that. But when I get into the books, is right here. 30 minutes in, and then about another, right here, an hour and 15 in as well. Like the 30 minutes and then an hour and 15, if you want to skip all the other stuff. Like right around here is where it gets really, really, really like deep. Okay? All right, let's go.
Profunda. Si México plantea oficialmente el derecho de estas comunidades históricas a ser consultadas sobre su estatus político, detona una bomba política que Washington no puede desactivar sin usar represión masiva. No se trata de mover la frontera mañana, literalmente. Se trata fundamentalmente de cuestionar quién tiene el derecho legítimo de gobernar esa tierra hoy. Y contra esa pregunta existencial, contra esa cuestión moral, Estados Unidos no tiene misiles que funcionen, no tiene armas que resuelvan la cuestión. Estamos presenciando el fin de la era de la frontera intocable, incuestionable, eterna. Lo que hemos analizado hoy no es una hipótesis lejana o un escenario de ciencia ficción. Es la convergencia real de una tormenta perfecta. La ilegitimidad jurídica profunda de un tratado obsoleto, la fractura interna visible de una superpotencia agotada y el ascenso inevitable de un México que ha dejado de pedir permiso para existir como potencia indispensable en el tablero global. Hay que recordar siempre esto profundamente. En el tablero de la historia real, los...
By the way, if you Christians were actually paying attention, you would realize that it does say that in the Bible. It says Deuteronomy 19 and 14, because I know for a fact that since you got here, you made a lot of treaties with a lot of our brethren, and you didn't even fucking keep that honor. Deuteronomy 19 and 14 says this. It says, "Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in thine inheritance, which thou shalt inherit in the land that the Lord thy God given thee to possess." Now, unless you think you're these people, which I thought you said it was those people over there. So, but mindfully thinking at the same time, you shouldn't move landmarks. Isn't that a law? Which also means thou should not, I don't know, what's that one? Not lie to your brother?
Los mapas no cambian por nostalgia romántica del pasado. cambian cuando el costo político, económico y moral de mantener el statu quo se vuelve insostenible para el ocupante y el ocupante pierde la voluntad de mantenerlo. Y hoy Estados Unidos está descubriendo con terror creciente que el precio de defender su narrativa fundacional es más alto que su capacidad real para sostenerla frente a un mundo que ya no obedece sus reglas unilaterales. Romper el cerco mediático que ha protegido esta mentira histórica durante casi 2 siglos, es la primera fase real de la recuperación territorial y moral de México. La grieta está abierta irreversiblemente. La verdad está sobre la mesa para que todos la vean. Y esta conversación ya no puede ser detenida por ningún poder. Voy a comenzar.
Por ningún poder, dice. Wow. 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 Man, remember they get that book, Occupied America. I want to share this video with y'all. I don't know how these guys are going to feel about me sharing it. It's the New York Times. But I think it's a good video, man. Hopefully they don't say, let's see, I'll just play by ear. And if they do, well, then I'll just take it off. All right, let's go. Because this is interesting. I think this is where I think, for me, where I saw all of this really change. Like, never did it occur to me that you guys that supposedly stand for the Constitution, the buildings, the government, like, and you would go and attack the very same thing that you fucking were preaching to every single one of us of color. Mexican, black, whatever, Asian, you know what I'm saying? Arab. You threw that shit in our face, and yet you go and spit on it. It blew my mind. Here goes.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
They came from all 50 states. Out of some sense of patriotic duty.
It's so much more than just rallying for President Trump. It's really rallying for our way of life, the American dream, against fake news.
To protest an election they believed had been stolen.
We're here, Patriots. We're in Washington, D.C., Capitol building dead in front of us.
Their day of action would be January 6th, when Congress would count electoral ballots and ratify the 2020 election results. For some, it was just a rally for their president. For others, it was a call to arms.
We have the power in numbers. March on Congress directly after Trump's speech.
In the weeks beforehand, there were over 1 million mentions on social media of storming the Capitol. Maps were shared of the building's layout. There was talk of bringing weapons and ammunition, and discussion over which lawmakers should be targeted first.
And they try to say that these people are innocent, bro. Like, if you attack any building, any federal building, you should fucking go to jail. This was not a peaceful protest, man. It's ridiculous to me that you guys are actually on the right side, right wing. But I don't even know what the fuck goes in your brain, bro. Is it that mush? These people were violent. They were aggressive, man. Do you understand what I'm saying?
First, this anger was based on a lie.
This election was a fraud.
A lie that had grown more frenzied after the election.
President Trump won this election.
They were flipping votes.
Steal the election in Philadelphia.
When you win in a landslide and they
steal the election in Atlanta.
And it's rigged.
Steal the election in Milwaukee.
It's not acceptable.
This is outrageous.
A lie spread by the president and his closest allies.
Let's call out cheating when we find it.
Some of whom stoked calls for violence.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Everyone's going to remember who actually stands in the breach and fights tomorrow and who goes.
How come these people didn't get taken to fucking jail, bro? You instigating bastards. Now, I'm not excusing you dumbasses that went and did this. But this is called propaganda to the fullest, man. This is how they brainwash your ass. And then they spit you out, which is what they're doing.
He goes running off like a chicken.
We bleed freedom.
This will be their Waterloo.
And we will sacrifice for freedom.
This will be their destruction.
What happened next was chaos.
They broke the glass.
Insurrection.
Take it now! Treason!
Death. Then there began a campaign to whitewash history, starting at the top.
It was a zero threat.
You see that? Began a campaign. How ironic. Whitewash history. And they started telling you a different story. Like the pipe bomber guy that they just recently found. Seriously, he's related to this stuff, man. And this is when I knew that the perils of what the Bible speaks of, specifically in chapter 15, that's pretty deep. 2 Ezra 15:5, behold, saith the Lord, I will bring plagues upon the world, the sword, famine, death, and destruction. For wickedness had exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and their hate and their hurtful works are fulfilled. It's just kind of like the flood again. Then he says, verse 17, therefore saith the Lord, I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness, which they profanely commit. Neither will I suffer them in those things in which they wickedly exercise themselves. Behold, the innocent and the righteous blood crieth unto me, and the souls of the just complain continually. Have we not experienced in this continent, and we've seen it over there on a micro level, in a rapid pace in Gaza, what they did to us here, killing children, mothers, fathers, like helpless people that had no actual armor in their hands to defend themselves with. They were just people trying to not be part of that. It's a reminder of what the fuck occurred since 1492 here.
Right from the start, it was zero threat.
And spreading throughout the Republican Party.
Even calling it insurrection, it wasn't. By and large, it was peaceful protest.
One lawmaker who helped barricade the House doors now suggests there was barely any threat.
If you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
A tourist visit? This was not. And the proof is in the footage. As part of a 6-month investigation, the New York...
And they're hitting people. They're hitting the police. They're hitting people, bro. These people, by the way, the police people, policemen and women, I've never had a problem with them. You know what I'm saying? I always looked at them too at the same time, like, they're just people like me trying to do their job. So the less I try to get their attention, the better for me it is, and the better it is for them, because they're still people just like me, right? I don't see this here. I see people that's like, F you, I don't care. We have an agenda, like a spirit took them over, like a wicked fucking demon said, I want you to destroy what you supposedly worshipped. Now that's fucking crazy.
New York Times has collected and forensically analyzed thousands of videos, most filmed by the writers themselves. We obtained internal police radio traffic and went to court to unseal police body cam footage. Our reconstruction shows the Capitol riot for what it was: a violent assault encouraged by the president on a seat of democracy that he vowed to protect. We'll chart how police leaders failed to heed warnings of an impending attack.
Listen, man, I am not trying to make it seem as something that didn't happen, but this is
putting not to protect what it was: a violent assault encouraged by the president on a seat of democracy that he vowed to protect. We'll chart how
look what you knocked down the fences that these people put there for you not to pass. These are cops. Look at this. She's running.
Police leaders failed to heed warnings of
the fucking cop ran from them
on a seat of democracy that he vowed to protect.
I don't understand. What are you saying?
We'll chart how
these are peaceful protests. This is nothing peaceful. Had it been people like me, right, or shit, had it been black folks doing this, y'all would have shot them like fucking nuts, and especially us too. You know what I'm saying? It's funny that you sit here now and act like you didn't do none of this, and now you find a guy that planted a pipe bomb like a day before. And I think they're saying Trump even what's that? He gave him immunity. I don't know. I have to look that up. I saw it by my glance, but damn, bro, this is not a civil protest here.
Police leaders failed to heed warnings of an impending attack, putting rank and file officers in danger. We'll track key instigators in the mob, taking advantage of weaknesses in the Capitol's defenses to ignite a wave of violence that engulfed the building. We'll show for the first time the many simultaneous points of attack and the 8 breaches of what appeared to be an impenetrable institution of government. We'll show how the delay to secure Congress likely cost a rioter her life, and how for some, storming the Capitol was part of the plan all along.
In fact, tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not say it. We need to go, I'll say it. All right. We need to go in to the Capitol. Let's go!
It's the morning of January 6th, and thousands are filling the National Mall in Washington. Trump will speak here at the Ellipse, a large park near the White House and a half-hour walk to the US Capitol, where the election will be certified. Who's actually in this crowd? Most are ordinary citizens who believe Trump's lie that the election was stolen.
It's going to be a great day. It's going to be wild, as Trump says.
But we also see more extreme groups who've gained a following during Trump's presidency. There are followers of the QAnon conspiracy,
Drinking their blood, eating our babies.
who believe that Trump is facing down a cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Q posts often invoke notions of patriotism and predict a coming storm. And ahead of January 6th, some supporters call for violence. The Oath Keepers, a far-right paramilitary group, are also here.
We have men already stationed outside D.C.
Their leader has said the group is ready to follow Trump's orders and take members of what they call the deep state into custody. They're organised, staging their military-style equipment neatly on the ground. And later, they put on body armour, talk on radios, and chat with their supporters on a walkie-talkie app called Zello.
We have a good group. We got about 30, 40 of us. We're sticking together and sticking to the plan. Y'all.
See how organized these guys were? Like this is not like none of that stuff was just a coincidence. People just whatever, arguing about the way that things, arguing about what occurred, and it didn't favor them. Like they weren't doing that. They were organized. They had walkie-talkies. They exactly knew what they were going to do. They had weapons. They had, you know what I'm saying? That mask. Come on, bro. So let's put it this way. Like I'm almost 50 years old. And here I am listening to these people testifying at how they love America, love this government, love their flag, love the Constitution because of the laws and that we're governed by them and all of this and that in the fucking third. And this is what you do. You basically tell us people, right, that are not part of your mentality concept here, this whole political, way of thinking, that you're full of shit. Like you don't even believe in the own thing that you supposedly praise. Let's continue.
Oh, we're 1 block away from the Capitol now. I'm probably going to go silent when I get there because I'm going to be a little busy.
Another group is the Proud Boys. They're far-right nationalists who flash white power signs throughout the day.
Check out all this testosterone.
They
flash white power, and their leader's a black dude from Cuba.
Became a household name when Trump invoked them during a presidential debate.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
And that's what they did. They have a history of street violence and will be key instigators of the riot. We'll return to them soon. Although the rally is billed as a political protest, some make calls to storm the Capitol even before Trump speaks.
We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction.
And later, when Trump does take the stage,
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
some hear his words as a call to action.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong.
Invade the Capitol building.
Do the right thing.
Take the Capitol.
Take the Capitol.
You telling me that he didn't hear this? You're telling me that this dude did not hear people saying that, bro?
Everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building.
2 hours before this, the Proud Boys were already heading for the Capitol. They're clearly spoiling for a fight with far-left agitators like Antifa, who they believe are in DC.
Where's Antifa?
But there are moments that suggest another motive.
Come on, tighten up. Come on, boys. Let's not fucking yell that, all right?
They're organised too. Many are marked with orange tape or hats.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. And those are the boys marching with us. We got hidden guys everywhere.
They're wearing body armour, carrying baseball bats, and using radios.
That's affirmative. Jesse, this is Tucker.
These are the same people that say they hate gangsters and gangs and shit, uncivil people. Y'all, this is no different, dude. The hypocrites, man. I barf at you. Like you're hypocrites as people, as what you believe in. Like, dude.
Leading them is Ethan Nordine, who's been entrusted with so-called war powers. He's joined by other well-known Proud Boys, like Joe Biggs, an organizer from Florida, Dominic Pizzola, a former Marine, and Billy Crestman. They will be among the first rioters inside the Capitol building.
Proud Boys.
As Trump is speaking, some of his other supporters also head to the Capitol.
Who streets? Our streets! Who streets?
And the tone is becoming menacing.
We're gonna storm the fucking Capitol! Fuck you fuckers!
USA! USA!
Just ahead, officers guarding the building are understaffed and ill-equipped for what's coming their way.
You're gonna stop us!
The building is more than 2 football fields in length, and barricades erected on the east side are defended by just a few dozen officers. The west side, facing Trump's rally, is even lighter. The fencing has been extended, and on the northwest approach only 5 officers stand guard. Around 5 also defend the southwest approach, a few more dot the lawn, and about a dozen officers are behind them. Plans to storm the Capitol were made in plain sight, but the FBI and Department of Homeland Security did not deem those threats as credible.
We will!
See where Donald El Duck was speaking? He was speaking to them right like behind that building. And they just went around and did that shit. That's what it's like, bro, you instigated this stuff, dude. Like, you're literally saying this right behind the building. I mean, unless I'm misunderstanding, right? Check it out.
And barricades erected on the east side are defended by just a few dozen officers. The west side, facing Trump's rally, is even lighter.
West side facing Trump's rally is even like, so he's here talking to them. He's, wow.
The fencing has been extended, and on the northwest approach, only 5 officers.
Thank you, sis. Get out of here. I mean, seriously.
Stand guard. Around 5 also defend the southwest approach, a few more dot the lawn, and about a dozen officers are behind them. Plans to storm the Capitol were made in plain sight, but the FBI and Department of Homeland Security did not deem those threats as credible.
We will take our duty!
Well, you see what happens? They show up, right? They show up and they're all here. Like I'm very amazed. I did not know this. I didn't even know the rally was there. I thought the rally was somewhere else. No. He's telling them this shit right here behind the building. Wow. Let's go back.
On January 6th, but did not.
We are taking our house!
And none of the officers on the barricades have protective gear or crowd control equipment. As a result, the Capitol is sparsely defended. It's 12:50 p.m. and a large group of Proud Boys is with other protesters right by the Capitol police line.
I got a feeling they believe those 5 officers are going to stop some shit.
Joe Biggs is rallying them when he's approached by Ryan Samsel, a Trump supporter from Pennsylvania. They chat, we don't know about what. But a minute later, Samsel is the first to approach the police line. And it's now that the protest turns violent.
How is that peaceful? Somebody explain, unless I'm fucking blind, I'm not seeing peacefulness here. Maybe I'm just too chaotic that I just can't seem to understand peacefulness. Is this what peaceful fucking protest is? You're attacking the security guard / police, I guess?
Without hesitation, the crowd overpowers the police. Nearby, a second group breaks through on another approach. Others jump fences. And now hundreds of rioters rush forward on several fronts.
DC is a motherfucking war zone! Forward!
Police retreat to the...
These were people just like Hispanic, so-called, or black, or Asian, or Arab, you know what I'm saying? Like, they would get shot. This is amazing to me to fucking think, you guys been fooling people this long. This is not a peaceful protest, family. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like, these people should have been done with the moment they started doing this. This is, if you say you respect the Constitution, 1776, this country, what it's done for you, and at the same time, you're respecting these people here, totally disrespecting what you've been preaching for ages, it's ridiculous.
Capitol building, where it's becoming more threatening. A mob mentality begins to take hold. Police are so outnumbered, they're forced to retreat again to more tightly defend access points to the Capitol.
Look, you see this right here? Remember the protest regarding the ICE doing all that stuff, right? We're protesting. Well, I mean, I wasn't there, but our people are protesting because, we feel that you're doing something wrong and you're coming at us. We're not attacking your buildings or anything like that, so to speak. Here, they're literally attacking the federal building where they were at, just right behind, bro. It's like I'm here in front of my house, for example, and people are talking shit behind my house, and then they come around and enter my house. You see, that's exactly what happened. They're at the White House. The guy's talking shit behind the White House. They're all listening to him. They come around and get into the White House. I did not know that that's exactly how it went. What the hell, bro? And he fucking took him out of jail, man. What the fuck?
It's now.
Man, some of us wish we would have gotten a chance out of a fucking DUI, bro, back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Wow. And I heard like 7 of them so far have committed some really atrocious shit, man. That's just wow.
Now, 5 minutes into the siege, that the Capitol Police Chief calls for backup from local law enforcement, known as the Metropolitan Police, and asks other capital leaders to mobilise the National Guard.
You took an oath! Does that not mean a damn thing to you, does it?
Metro Police will arrive within 15 minutes, but for reasons we'll explain later, the National Guard won't arrive for over 4.
That he's still president at this time. So the president at that time goes to the backyard at that time, tells them, it's not fair at that time. And then they just go around the building, whatever, and then enter into the front of the house. They were right behind talking shit and just come right into the front. And he got away with this shit?
For hours. Meanwhile, more Capitol Police come to reinforce the line. It's the first time we see officers in riot gear. But most are missing their shields because they had not prepared to unlock the storage area where that equipment is kept. Proud boys like Billy Crestman keep rallying the mob.
Do you want your house back? Take it!
And again, they start brawling with the police.
This peaceful, family. Somebody tell me exactly how is this peaceful? Equality. How is this even peaceful? I'm a U.S. citizen myself. You know what I'm saying? Like I contribute to this society. I pay my taxes on time. I actually am a little bit more than just an average Joe. I do have my own business. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm not part of this society, this economy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I actually do understand the paperwork behind how to work a business. So it's not like I'm looking away and hiding in a cave. No, I'm just like, the same thing you praise is the same thing you hate? Is that what I'm seeing?
Minutes later, reinforcements from the Metro Police arrive. A high-ranking Metro officer immediately calls for more backup.
Get you 12 up to help maintain the line. They're throwing bypass.
It's crazy, and I'm sorry for pausing off the bits. I've never saw it like this. I never saw this like this. I did a video on TikTok. I uploaded it very short. I didn't get I didn't see this stuff here. Bro, this is not right, man. Look, I don't care how you see it, like whether you like this place or not. It don't matter, bro. We all want to live in a society where things are functioning and there's no fucking crazy people living next to you. You know what I mean? Where I can walk outside and live comfortably. Please, at least this is not it. These people are fucking crazy. And not crazy like be afraid of them. No, like they need to be institutionalized crazy. Help themselves against themselves.
They struggle to subdue rioters who respond with their own chemical spray. And within 30 minutes, the police already have casualties.
Multiple capital injuries. Multiple capital injuries.
Sticking him with bro. He's like sticking him with that shit. Bap, bap, bap. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Wow, dude. I'm serious, man. Sometimes I do go out of words. Sometimes there's things I don't know what the hell to say.
This first wave of rioters battling police has paved the way across Capitol grounds for others to follow. And after Trump finishes speaking, thousands more now fill this space.
This is going on while he's talking still. You see? Oh, shit! So Trompetas is in the backyard talking shit still while this is happening in the front yard. Wow! No, hold on.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Meanwhile, inside the Capitol, Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence have begun certifying the 2020 presidential election results. Certification will happen on both sides of the building, in the House and the Senate. And this is what the rioters want to stop. An hour into the assault, the mob is battling a police line here, along the west face of the Capitol. But that violence is now going to...
Remember, Trompetas is right here. Okay? Look, watch. So you guys...
Spread to multiple...
This is a trip. So Trompetas is right here. Right? And he's still the presidente del tequila. And he's telling all these drunkies of Presidente Tequila that it's not fair, that we should change that shit. Fight, fight, fight. Like, I thought that these tequila drinkers were like, I don't know, like another town away. No, fuck no. These guys are right behind the building. So what do? They go around. And I didn't even know this, that as he's still talking, hearing them say, let's go there, him watching them walk over, he's still talking.
The mob is battling a police line here, along the west face of the Capitol. But that violence is now going to spread to multiple points of attack, as West Side...
From the start, it was 0-3.
Family, I was trying to do that. Hold on. I'll put it right back. I was trying to get rid of that, what do you call it? Hold on. Where are white? No. Don't worry. I got you. Right here. Hold on.
It's now going to spread to multiple points of attack, as West Side rioters stream around the Capitol and incite...
No, we were there earlier already. Okay, we were there earlier. My bad. Let me see. We saw that. Right there. We're going to start right here, okay? Let's start right here, because I'm my bad, man. I totally messed that up, family. I'm sorry. Let's go.
Safety. Rioters head straight for the Senate and will be at its doors in 2 minutes. Above them, the Senate is called into recess.
We'll pause. Protesters are in the building. Thank you.
Members will evacuate down these stairs. In this hallway directly overhead the rioters, Officer Eugene Goodman is sprinting to overtake them. He passes Mitt Romney, who he warns to turn around. Reinforcements are following behind. Goodman overtakes the mob, goes downstairs and intercepts them. He holds them off while backup arrives upstairs.
We skipped a whole bunch. My bad. I found it. Okay, so we stop right here. Let's go.
An hour into the assault, the mob is battling a police line here, along the west face of the Capitol. But that violence is now going to spread to multiple points of attack, as West Side rioters stream around the Capitol and incite the crowd on the east. Here's what that crowd looks like on the east. They're aware of the siege happening on the west side, and some are emboldened by it. But up until now, they've been kept behind the barricades. Then, this group from the west storms around the building and pushes right through the barriers. The police here barely put up a fight. And it's now that protesters all along the east barricades surge forward. Officers are overwhelmed from several directions and retreat to guard Capitol entrances. But these rioters believe they've been deputized by their president to stop a crime. And now they start trying to get into the building itself.
You see how even before they got into the building, they were already like punching and hurting these people, right? And now they're in the building. Now they're at the building. I'm sorry.
The Capitol is now surrounded. Rioters haven't made it inside yet, but around the time that the mob on the east pushed forward, rioters on the west were making a pivotal move. This scaffolding was erected for the upcoming inauguration of Joe Biden. It covers a staircase that gives direct access to an upper level, and dozens of doors and windows. 3 police lines guard that route. But at ground level, officers are so overwhelmed that just a few cover this crucial access point. Several Proud Boys see the weakness. Proud Boys start fighting the police, and with others in the mob, they push through the line.
Let's storm the Capitol building. Look at this.
Over several minutes, it's a brutal fight on these steps.
That guy had a hammer, bro. That guy had a hammer. What the hell, dude? You let these people go free?
At one point, the rioters are held back. But they make a final push up the flight of stairs. At the top, they scuffle again with a small group of officers, who give in after barely a minute.
Stop following orders! Stop! You know we're right! You know we're right!
The mob now has direct access to Capitol entrances.
Wow! It's a dog bill! I can't believe this is reality. We accomplished this shit!
And hundreds more protesters below surge forward.
Let's go! Seize the arms!
Hey, by the way, let's remind ourselves these are all white people. Ain't no people, you know what I'm saying? This wasn't mainstream. Yeah, why wasn't this on mainstream media, bro? Straight up.
That's gonna hurt!
Hold on, sis, I got you.
It's utter mayhem, and it's about to get worse. The scene is being...
Did he just say it's about to get worse? I thought this was bad enough as it was. Shit.
Filmed from countless angles, allowing us to piece together, moment by moment, what comes next. Proud Boy Dominic Pizzola uses a police shield he stole to bash in a window. And at 2:13 p.m, the Capitol is breached. Michael Sparks, a Trump supporter from Kentucky, is the first person inside. A police officer seems unsure of what to do and backs off. Sparks is followed by Proud Boys and other far-right extremists, one carrying a Confederate flag, another armed with a baseball bat. When rioters break open the locked doors, hundreds more rush in. This is a critical moment. Officers must now defend the outside and inside of the building, stretching them even further. Simultaneous events now happen that are critical to lawmakers' safety. Rioters head straight for the Senate and will be at its doors in 2 minutes. Above them, the Senate is called into recess.
Protesters are in the building. Thank you.
Members will evacuate down these stairs. In this hallway directly overhead the rioters, Officer Eugene Goodman is sprinting to overtake them. He passes Mitt Romney, who he warns to turn around. Reinforcements are following behind. Goodman overtakes the mob, goes downstairs and intercepts them. He holds them off while backup arrives upstairs. Behind these rioters and just feet away is an escape route.
Hey, listen, man. If you guys are not paying attention to this, and if you're a policeman working in these buildings, bro, and these people are coming at you, and you're like, hey, get the fuck back, bro. Get the fuck back. You have to be afraid. You have to be. Man, your adrenaline must be at a high level, bro, because this is not normal. What these people are doing is not normal. You praised, you glorified this whole institution, and it's the same one you're spitting on, and you want us to believe that you're a true patriot? Matter of fact, you don't even, that doesn't even define that word itself, because guess what? It was an election. The fucking guy lost. And you know what? He won 4 years later. Wow. And y'all got away with this shit? Nah, man. That's not fair, bro. That's not fair. These people should be prosecuted. At least when the next, I don't know, hopefully they're Democrats and have some, or whoever it is, has some sense to tell these people, nah, bro, you owe it to society to fucking do your time, you fuckface. This is not civil, bro.
Her lawmakers and Senate staff are now fleeing. Just one officer stands guard. Keeping his composure, Goodman draws the mob away from that escape route to where reinforcements are waiting. He glances toward the Senate and realizes a door is unguarded. Goodman shoves the protester again, lures the mob away, and brings them into that line of fellow officers. Again, the rioters here are convinced it's their duty to defend democracy.
We want fucking justice! We want justice!
100% total white fucking privilege, bro. And that shit needs to die.
The officers hold them off here, for now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Capitol, a few political leaders are evacuated from the House of Representatives. But despite a lockdown alert, proceedings here will resume.
The House will be in order.
We'll go there soon. First, we'll go to the crypt in the center of the Capitol, below the rotunda. The mob is already at its entrance. If they get through here, they will more easily fan out across the building. Rioters jostle with police here for 6 minutes, and then flood through. It's now 2:24 p.m, some 90 minutes after the siege began, and the mob is about to overrun the building. As this is happening, and as thousands more swell outside, Trump composes a tweet, not to calm his...
You see this? And then he posts something.
...supporters, but to blame his vice president. He writes,
"Bro, and you telling me that you guys let this dude run again for election? That tells me that America definitely does get ran by certain people. That man should have been in jail. I mean, that's treason, bro. That if you look at the Constitution, if you look at just legalities and shit, that's you're inciting, chaos. Like, you're literally there inciting chaos. Like, and as you're talking shit, everybody goes and does what you tell them to do. It's not like you're doing this, I don't know, another city away. You're literally doing it at the back. You're doing it in the backyard of the house that they invaded. This is fucking crazy.
Mike Pence.
And then you tweet this shit?
Didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. At this very time, Pence and his family are being taken to safety, along with an aide who's carrying the country's nuclear launch equipment. At 2:25 p.m, there's another major breach on the opposite side of the building, the east side. Rioters have been battling a handful of officers at these doors for almost half an hour.
I think one of the policemen died. This is one of the guys that dies. They crushed his chest, man. And that's. Look, I already told y'all, family, and the kind of Hebrews that we are in this channel. We're not children of God because we're superior than other people when we get the opportunity to repent and be a lot better than what you used to be. All those gifts do come, let them come, but that should not be your envy. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, just looking at this situation, this is sad. This young man lost his life, bro. Regardless of how you see it. Because of some fucking election?
The tide turns when rioters who came through the crypt reach these doors and pull them open. Then an active duty Marine Corps officer, Christopher Warner-Giris, keeps that door open for the mob to flood in.
Dude, hey, you can't touch us! We are one of you! We are one of you! Come on, Americans!
Just as elsewhere, this crowd is a mix of die-hard Trump supporters, but also more organized groups like the Oath Keepers, who move in formation here toward that east side entrance. The Oath Keepers and their supporters continue to update each other on the Zello chat app.
The House is in recess. We're going to yank them out of their seats.
See this? And these people got immunity. Fuck. And what was the brother from that was going around supporting our gente, the vendors, from being treated like shit? He went to jail for that, for defending them. And guess what? I think he's still in jail. Wow, bro.
The group enters the Capitol together. Proud Boys are near them, including Joe Biggs, the organizer we saw earlier. He's entering the building for a second time. The Oath Keepers fill the rotunda, along with hundreds of other rioters.
Took over the Capitol, overran the Capitol. We're in the fucking Capitol, bro.
Now the police inside the building are completely outnumbered and call for backup.
We need some additional squads in Rotunda. It's us versus about 200 people.
Throughout the Capitol, staffers have barricaded doors to keep the mob out. In Nancy Pelosi's chambers, staffers rush.
Yo, these people are really scared, man. These people are really scared, bro. Like, see, I'm glad that they did what they did, show these video, but what saddens me is the fact that this is not mainstream. Like the sister said, man, why isn't this on mainstream news? Like, for real.
Inside a conference room and lock 2 doors behind them. Just 12 minutes later, rioters outside head straight for her offices and pile in. Huddled together under a table, Pelosi's staff record what's
Are you in there, you fucking bitch? Wow, bro. So Christian of you, huh?
happening.
We need Capitol Police, I think, coming to lower. They're pounding the doors trying to find her now.
One rioter tries to break into that same room. Inside, staffers are silent as they record him pounding. He gets through the first door, but the second door keeps him out. It's a scene that again shows just how compromised the US government has become. By 2:30 p.m, the Senate evacuation is well underway. But, even though a lockdown was called over 15 minutes ago, the House is still in session.
It's not dangerous for people. How did these individuals get away with this fucking obvious crime? You're threatening the lives of people. These people are running from you because they feel threatened, bro. That right there is at least some type of crime, right? I'm not a lawyer, but I'm assuming I could find a crime within that shit.
Do not accept Arizona's electors as certified.
Representative Jim McGovern is chairing. He told us he wanted to finish hearing objections to the election results by Paul Gosar. House staff and security gave McGovern the all clear to continue. It's a delay that likely costs someone their life. Suddenly, staff are now pointing at the chamber's doors.
Please be advised your masks under your seats. Please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that we get a breach.
Just outside, a mob of 100 or more is baying to get into them.
Well, we came this far. What do you say? Drag them out!
These rioters pay little heed to the thin line of police.
Are you telling me, society? Are you telling me, judges, all you people that accepted this stuff? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, is your law that flawed? What if they would have gotten a hold of some of these people? Would they still gotten immunity? Or would they still be called civil? Or would trompetas not be blamed for that shit? And you voted for this guy again? You must really hate yourselves, because that's the only way you can hate other people, man. Y'all fucking hate yourselves that much.
I would just stop, bro.
And in moments are pushing against the doors into the House. On the other side, Capitol Police erect a barricade and draw their guns.
You're a traitor.
On the floor, lawmakers are evacuated to the rear of the chamber, where in a few minutes, a rioter will be shot and killed. Part of the mob outside now peels off in that direction to find a different way in. Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran and QAnon supporter, is among the first to arrive at the rear of the House. They see the lawmakers escaping. That lobby might have been clear had the House been evacuated sooner, but the rioters now become incensed. Zachary Allen, a Trump supporter from Pennsylvania, punches in the glass panels with his bare fists. Police are stretched extremely thin. Just 3 officers and a security staffer stand guard. None are wearing riot gear, and they keep their weapons holstered. When a team of heavily armed police now arrives, the 3 officers step aside.
Go! Let's go! Get this shit!
This creates a crucial gap that allows rioters to smash in the glass. A warning, what happens next is graphic. It's 2:44 p.m, and behind the door, a police officer draws his handgun.
There's a gun! There's a gun!
Babbitt vaults into the window, and the officer shoots her once. It's a fatal wound through the upper chest.
See? Seems like a fucking horror movie, dude. Like, straight up, sis. Like, it seems like a zombie shit. Like, these guys are hungry for flesh. They want to eat you. Bro, this is disgusting, man. I've never seen a video of this like this. Like, I've seen videos about this, but I've never seen it like this. All because of a ballot, of a piece of paper, of a possibly imaginary decision that you made, or in let me rephrase that. All this was based on a decision that you made that you might have believed that it was going to mean something. Some people believe that your vote don't count. You know, it's already it's already written in stone. And you believed in this ballot so much that you went and died for it like that? By the way, family, most of these people claim to be Christians, by the way.
Inside the chamber, the floor is clear, but lawmakers in the balcony are sheltering in place.
Everybody stand down! Get down!
Yeah. The fuck?
Take your pins off!
Pins off!
They now remove the breastpins that identify them as members of Congress. A group of rioters who almost made it to the balcony are held at gunpoint as it's finally evacuated.
They almost made it to where those women were hiding, taking off their names, and so they don't get hurt. They were saying earlier, let's get Pelosi. I mean, would it have taken one of these congressmen to fucking die like that for you guys to really see how horrific this shit was? No, I guess it wasn't sufficient enough. No. As a matter of fact, no, this is not sufficient enough to where we want to see grotesque shit. No wonder you guys love that gory fucking scary movie shit, all full of blood. No, this is not enough. You know what? I want to see people get deported. I want to see the families get separated. I want to see them suffer. This is exactly who you guys are. This is second nature to you, isn't it, Esau?
Now Trump supporters have achieved their goal, stopping the election certification.
Defend your liberty! Yes! Defend your Constitution!
And while the House is evacuated, at the other side of the building, the Senate is occupied.
Treason! Treason! Treason!
On the Senate floor, they leaf through lawmakers' files,
this guy does something here we can fucking use against the scumbags.
mug for photos, pray,
We invoke your name! Amen! Amen!
You hear this? They go and say Jesus Christ. So now they're praising to a so-called Jew. I know why Obadiah is so expressive about Esau.
and leave a message for Mike Pence.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
As rioters inside have been rampaging throughout the Capitol, the crowd outside has grown, and that first battle has continued raging. For almost
So shit is going on inside, getting shot, people getting smashed by doors, right? Somebody just got shot earlier, by the way. Somebody lost their life. 2 people lost their life so far. And these people are out here whacking these sticks on the police. This is not peaceful, fam. I was told by trompetas that it was a peaceful protest. Do you guys think it was a peaceful protest? If you do, I mean, shit, man, give me a thumbs up. If you don't, then smash a 1 on that.
almost 2 hours, officers face off with rioters who say they support the police.
We've backed you forever. We've backed the blue forever.
But assault them anyway. We're going to show what happened here because it demonstrates yet again how failures by Capitol Police leaders to prepare put the safety of these officers at risk. Capitol Police had been ordered to withhold some of their stronger weapons. But as soon as Robert Glover, a Metro Police inspector, arrives, he calls for his munitions team to help.
Mr. 50, give me a DSO team. DSO team. DSO team to respond to the west front of the Capitol.
When the building is breached, Glover knows he needs to retreat and seeks advice from Capitol leaders.
I need a command official from Capitol so we can coordinate where they want us to get back to. We cannot hold this without more munitions.
Hey, yo, bro, straight up, man. I was about to say that shit. Like something of The Purge, bro, because she was just saying this is like a horror movie. Like, bro, you read my mind, bro. Thank you, dude. That's fire. Straight up fucking crazy. And then you sit here and criticize us, trying to claim that we're not civil. Because maybe somebody committed a crime. I don't know. Whatever crimes are out there, I'm not a criminal, so I don't know what crimes are in my mind to be saying what crimes, right? Y'all decide which crimes, but don't compare to anything like this, dude. This is an insurrection. This is sedition. This is federal fucking straight up time. This is insurrection. Like this is going against the government. Like you are literally trying to destroy the very same thing that we all depend on. Legality, structure, government, correct? Whether we're here in Mexico or in South America, it don't matter. The point being is you still depend on government. All of us cannot sit here and say we don't depend on government. Fuck yeah, we do. And this right here, this is sedition, and they should have been prosecuted to the fullest. If some of these people got 20 fucking years in jail, they should have stayed there in jail. Imagine somebody coming from another country doing this shit. And all of a sudden you're just not going to say nothing. Oh, but that's right. You're white. So it's not the same thing. Fuck you.
But Capitol don't respond. He asks 4 times.
I need to know from Capitol where do they want to go back to?
Then the police lose the line.
There's a picture. We lost the line. We lost the line. RPD, get back!
We the people! We are the storm!
Rioters knock an officer over, throw a fire extinguisher.
USA!
Glover issues a 1033, a call of last resort.
1033! I repeat, 1033, west front of the Capitol. We've been taken and we lost the line.
On the 1033, have all units respond to assist them. Do what we're trained to do.
Crazed rioters hound the police even as they retreat to the upper level.
Say this. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm going to defend this country, blah, blah, blah. I don't do that shit. But I will tell you right now that in my neighborhood where I live, we are going to defend our block. And we're going to defend our block, and this is not what we're going to allow. I'll put it like that. Whether some of us are unhappy about the situations that are going on, you know, we still have to, we still live under a government structured nation. At some way, shape, or form, you have to respect that. And this right here, I mean, what if you're involved in this? Like, what if you're you're one of these men over here? What do you tell your kid? Oh, I was just trying to make sure that, Donald Trump would get voted for. Grandpa, you guys voted. I thought you trusted in the government. It's confusing, isn't it?
Get out of here! Let your big sorry asses go back up in there! Run your sorry asses off!
Police
now they call them pigs. Earlier they were saying they fucking love the blue and support the blue. Which one is it? Pigs or blue?
Now begin to guard this doorway, an iconic centerpiece of presidential inaugurations. But for another 2 hours, the same pattern will repeat. Rioters fill the terrace. Instigators trigger a frenzy. And tragically, someone will die.
Second, didn't 2 people die already? I know I heard one die, then I saw one get shot. This is another one? Damn!
A brutal fight erupts in the doorway. The mob heaves in a coordinated scrum.
Yeah, that's that kid that got smashed, bro. Fudge. Fuck. I would hate to die that way, dude. Yeah, they did. Yeah, like the video clip. Yeah, I know. Right. Like the video clips of deportation in Chicago apartments. I know. Apparently, they actually, here, I'll show you. I'll give them credit for it. because, I mean, I don't know if it's true, but this is what, let me see. Hold on. Where are you at? She says, I'm Haley, one of the producers on this new 40-minute documentary. Our visual investigation team synchronized and mapped thousands of videos of the U.S. Capitol riot to provide the most complete picture to date of what happened on January 6th and why. This was a massive team effort of over 6 months involving resources from across the Times Room. We went to the court to unseal the police body camera footage, scorched law enforcement radio communications, and interviewed witnesses. Let us know if you have any questions, yada, yada, yada. I gave them a thumbs up. I thought this was a great fucking video that our family deserves to see. Like, literally, they call us savages, family.
And when police finally push them out, they face even worse violence. They are tased, gassed, and robbed of their equipment. They're beaten with a crutch, a hockey stick, and even an American flag. At least 4 officers are pulled into the crowd. One dragged by his own helmet, face down.
See that? One was brought down, face down. These are your people. Now, when I share with you the next video, you're gonna realize why they are the way they are. And we're not like that. This is why it's so important, family, for you to read and pay attention to what's going on in your surroundings, and then, like, you know, look up some videos and digest some of this information, because you're going to really get an understanding of what you're dealing with. Christianity has lied to you so much and for so long that made you believe that we're all one people. I wish it was really like that. It's not. We're a bunch of different nations that have different spirits, and some of these motherfucking nations are wicked as hell.
One dragged by his own helmet, face down. And again, the frenzy turns fatal. Roseanne Boyland, a Trump supporter who has been swept up by QAnon conspiracies, is moving toward the door. But amid the scrum, she collapses and is lying unconscious beneath the mob. As the crowd sarcastically chants a Black Lives Matter slogan, Boylan's friend, Justin Winchell, tries to pull her to safety. He screams for help. But instead, fellow writers trample over Boyland and charge at the police again. Boyland will be pronounced dead at a local hospital.
So did they care about their own? Nah. They don't care. We're going to find out why, too.
The evening. By the end of the day, rioters have breached and entered the building in at least 8 locations. There's the first breach, which we've seen, when rioters smashed through 2 windows and a door. Beside that, a rioter with a crowbar smashes in a second door and then opens it to hundreds of people. Others smash a window next to the inauguration door and climb inside. At this entrance, police stand aside and allow rioters to stream in unchallenged.
By the way, mind you, Trompetas is still the president at this time. He's still the president. The one that was in the backyard talking shit. He's still the president, and he knows this is what's going on. Yeah. They're going to realize that they are collateral damage at this point. And I've been saying that. Yeah, just collateral damage. But, you know, anyway, let's continue.
On the north side of the building, police in riot gear yield and let the crowd in. Another 3 breaches are on the east side, 2 by the central doors into the rotunda, and this southeast door leading to the House chamber. It's the arrival of more Metropolitan Police and other agencies that finally turns the tide. When those officers enter the rotunda...
How quick was Trompetas to send the National Guard to different states? How quick is he to send ICE to different states? How quick is he to do those things? He never called National Guard for this. at all. I think they're going to share it later, like in the next 10 minutes, maybe, I think, unless I missed it.
They clear it in just 20 minutes. As the mob is pushed back through the east doors, their rage turns to Mike Pence, who Trump attacked earlier. Metro officers also stop other rioters from entering on the west side, where the mob first broke in. But here too, we see a crowd empowered by the belief that they're carrying out some patriotic duty.
I was invited here by the president!
Over the course of the day, 150 police officers are injured. After 4 p.m, Metro and Capitol Police regain control of the upper levels. The final parts of the interior are cleared by other law enforcement, including federal agencies. Tear gas and flashbangs disperse the crowd on the inauguration terrace. The Virginia State Police and Arlington County Police help to reclaim that area. Then rioters are swiftly pushed off Capitol grounds by a reinforced police line. Only now, more than 3 hours after Capitol Police first called them, do National Guard soldiers arrive.
This dude is turned down right now!
Troops were staging just 20 minutes away, but a recent procedural change meant the highest level of the Pentagon had to approve deployment. And Pentagon officials delayed the decision, partially in fear of bad optics, even as the Capitol was being overrun.
We started in the morning, now it's already at night, so this is still continuing. This has to be taken, it's got to be well over 6 hours minimum.
As calm returns, the president tweets again. He repeats that the election had been stripped away, calls his supporters great patriots, and says, "Remember this day forever." The aftermath of January 6th has been as divisive as the lie that launched it. Even as one arm of government has indicted hundreds of rioters, Republican lawmakers continue efforts to normalize what happened with a mix of denials and conspiracy theories.
Some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters.
I knew those are people that love this country, that truly respect law enforcement, would never do anything to break a law, and so I wasn't concerned.
They include Paul Gosar, who'd been at the Trump rally.
The DOJ is harassing peaceful patriots across the country.
And Andrew Clyde, who we saw earlier, standing just a few feet from rioters.
There was no insurrection, and to call it an insurrection, in my opinion, is a bold-faced lie.
Republican leaders have blocked an independent investigation that could have brought new details to light.
I've made the decision to oppose the House Democrats' slanted and unbalanced proposal for another commission to study the events of January the 6th.
And in May, a top Republican was ousted from the party's leadership after blaming Trump for inspiring the riot.
And I think that the party is in a place that we've got to bring it back from.
None of what happened on January 6th would have been possible without a huge mass of ordinary people who were proud of what they achieved.
Listen, I want to say something, family. Whether you are involved in politics or not, which is something that I share with y'all, you know how I feel about it. We still are involved in this political environment. We still have to be governed by what we are surrounded by. You guys, when you drive out the street, you stop at the stop sign, you wait for the green light, you slow down at the yellow. You know what I'm saying? You put your signals on, you pay your bills on time, you act accordingly, you take care of your family. So fuck these people that think that they can just all of a sudden recreate what they don't fucking like. Remember, this is our continent. And they learned this government structure from our people. That's why they don't give a fuck about their so-called constitution. Because they never wrote that shit. We taught them these things. These are beastly like animals. So this is why it's important for us to understand and know. They call themselves American. No, y'all are Europeans. Not even knowing who the fuck you came from. With no culture whatsoever. With no true, care for your own land. You see, us gente indigenous, we care for this land. Because this is where what we soil from and work from. Y'all don't do that shit. So, fam, I'm not saying get involved in politics, but at this time, at this moment, I think we need to be very aware of what we're dealing with. I've never told people to do this, and I'll tell you now for the first time, exercise your Second Amendment. Because I have exercise your Second Amendment.
Oh, that's gonna hurt!
Proud boy, you can come over anytime, brother. Find out exactly how it goes here.
Yeah! Yeah! We stopped the mob!
Millions around the country still believe the violence was not only justified, but necessary. And the forces that brought them there have not gone away.
Yeah, the Patriots are coming back, though. Hopefully y'all will be on our side when that happens.
I'm Haley Willis, one of the reporters.
People don't deserve to have this land. They don't even appreciate it.
On this investigation. The video you just watched is the result of 6 months of intensive reporting. We began on the day of the Capitol attack itself, collecting and reviewing thousands of videos and breaking them down, moment by moment, to understand how it all unfolded. We went to court for evidence, reviewed internal police investigations, and drew on resources and expertise from across the Times newsroom. This isn't the first time we've done this, and it won't be the last. To sign up for an alert every time we publish a new visual investigation, subscribe to our newsletter.
That was good, man. That was a good video, man. Gosh. And I wish, yeah, we're right, brother. I'm gonna find more of these like this. I'll definitely promise you that I will do that. Now we're gonna finish it with this right here. And
Came from Europe.
Listen to this real quick. I'm gonna skip some things and then we're pretty much done. Okay. Watch this real quick. This is interesting. Let's go.
You guys came from Europe. How's that?
This land was conquered.
Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe. We native.
I was born in the United States of America.
But yeah, but where's your heritage?
From Europe, of course.
Okay.
Where's your heritage from?
Puerto Rican, native.
So the Department of Homeland Security decided to tweet this today, calling for remigration. And if you guys don't know what remigration is, it's essentially a right-wing talking point that calls for immigrants and people of color to go back to their countries of origin. It's picking up steam in places like the United States, Australia, Canada, which coincidentally are all countries where white people are not actually native. They call for everyone to go back home except for themselves. But if we're going to remigrate, you first. Go back to Scotland, go back to Germany, go back to Europe, and see how welcoming these people are towards you. White, but ignorant, monolingual, and uneducated. And then we can talk.
Europeans.
Points. That's what I'm showing her. Let's go.
That I would consider, the majority of them are in the Balkans or in the UK. But having lived in 3 European countries and traveled all around Europe multiple times, the biggest reason why I am not interested in Europe anymore has to do with the European attitude and the social culture that exists in a lot of European countries. I'm going to come out and say it, but Western Europe, the area that people overwhelmingly romanticize, is actually the least desirable place in Europe for me to live. I went to go live in Palestine from 2020 to 2021, and the reason why living there changed my life is because I realized that it actually matters that I live around friendly people. It matters that I am given respect when I go out on the street minding my business, and that the people who are around me are happy and welcoming and accommodating people. I find that there is a serious lack of respect in a lot of European societies, and it's not just for foreigners, it's for each other as well. When I tell you guys the amount of negative
Pay attention to this. This is why I'm telling you, they like literally walked over that lady that was sick. They let that other lady get shot. They got another guy get killed. Like, you know, they don't care for themselves. All that unites them is that anger. I don't know why y'all thrive on that shit. I don't know why you thrive on anger and hate and resentment. Like I've dealt with resentment. I hate the taste of it. And I know how to wash away that spirit, right? But you guys thrive on that.
Negative experiences I've had with strangers in my life, every single one of them was in Europe. I think that there are a lot of miserable people. The majority of European societies are very individualistic and not communal at all. And you can see it in...
You see what she's saying? They're very individualistic and not communal at all. And that's why I was saying earlier in the Occupied America page, I think it's this one. Yeah, how we believed in the whole concept of, family, right? Remember, this is from Occupied America, page 24, and it says here that, let's see, but decolonization led to the breakdown of the traditional indigenous family framework, which was based on the extended family rather than the highly patriarchal nuclear family that the Spaniards favored, meaning individualism. According to Carmack, its colleague, colonial authorities believed that the Indian would be easier to supervise and control if divided into small nuclear households, meaning like don't listen to your mom, your dad, your grandpa. No, it's up to you. This is why I love this message.
How people
literally says it. She's experienced it. These guys are very individualistic. See, I don't live in Europe. I don't know what the fuck that is, right? So we don't get a glimpse of that. We know that in this so-called quote unquote white society, most of them don't even know their fucking neighbors. But if you live in Rasta society, you know your neighbors. You know the people across from you, the one to the left, the one behind you, the one next to you, the one at the park, the one by the pool. Like, that's not uncommon for Rasta to be that way, right? This is where she expresses that.
Are competing with one another, how people treat one another, and how people treat foreigners and people who don't look like them. The few times I felt like I was living in a country that was overwhelmingly happy and welcoming was when I lived in Croatia for a couple of months.
And I want her to say that individualism one more time. Hold on.
Or when I went to in my life, every single one of them was in Europe. I think that there are a lot of miserable people. The majority of European societies are very individualistic and not communal at all. And you can see it in how people are competing with one another, how people treat one another, and how people treat foreigners and people who...
It's called capitalism, family. Capitalism is basically individualism. Capitalism is individualism. Socialism is communalism, not communism. And I'm not Democrat, Republican, nothing. I'm just telling you how, and by the way, let's be mindful. In this capitalistic so-called country, there is socialism, or else there wouldn't be Social Security or Medicare or disability insurance or workers' comp insurance, or there wouldn't be any of that stuff. It would be just like, hey, man, fuck it. You know, you got hurt. Oh, well. No. They have a slice of socialism. They just don't want to admit it. They want to scare you with communism, because it has nothing to do with individualism. That means that you actually have to function within society and make sure that your community is thriving just as much as you are. Let's go.
Who don't look like them. The few times I felt like I was living in a country that was overwhelmingly happy and welcoming was when I lived in Croatia for a couple of months, or when I went to Greece. But the allure in other European societies, particularly in the West, as I stated, does not exist for me. The arrogance is crazy. People are condescending to you. Even if you speak their language, people are incredibly fucking rude. And the normalization of racism, but the denial of it, is unbearable. I think that because Americans over-romanticize Europe, a lot of Europeans internalize this idea that they're the most modern and advanced continent on the planet, when they clearly aren't regarding things like technology and infrastructure. And I just believe that Americans contribute to this overinflated European ego that also tends to feed their racism and thinking they're better than everybody else, especially if you're a person of color. They also use immigrants as a crutch and scapegoat for everything that's wrong with their countries and societies, and refuse to acknowledge the problematic nature and history of a lot of their countries. There is a reason why so many people have issues making friends in Europe. Of course, I'm not one of them, because a lot of my friends were first or second generation. But after living in Western Europe particularly, the desire to be in Europe long term largely cleared for me. And the reason why I ended up living in Hungary was because my ex-partner was from there. And even though Hungary has to be one of the most fucked up countries in the world, I still found the sociability in this country a lot better than what I experienced in Western Europe. And still doesn't even come close to what I experienced when I was living in Palestine, or from people in the Caribbean, Latin America, and South America. I need people to be nice and friendly at minimum. And so right now, no. I would move to Europe if I was guaranteed to make more money there than I do right now in the States. And that's just it. But long term, I'm not looking towards Europe. Europeans are also losing their culture. And the funny thing is, a lot of these right-wing parties will tell them it's due to the inclusion of immigrants in their country, when actually their cultural erasure is wholly due to its embrace of capitalism. When people talk about American culture overtaking the world, they're more so referencing American values over culture. Particularly this brand of hyper-individualism and consumerism. Whenever we talk about cultures being Americanized, this is what we're talking about. And a lot of people cannot connect the fact that them constantly working, not socializing or interacting with their neighbors or family or friends as often as they did prior, doing business in their second or third language, constantly being tired, and overconsuming are all elements that really make it difficult for people to sustain their cultural identities. In a capitalistic system, time is the ultimate commodity. But culture is not something that you can buy. It is something that you experience. It's something that you do. But how are we supposed to do culture if we're constantly working, if we don't have time? And due to this economic system that we're all forced to partake in, most of us don't.
This is why, and I'm just going to tell you, fam, you may get it or not, this is why they got good credit. This is why white people got good credit. Maybe you get it.
Don't actually have a choice. What's really interesting as well is that how this has spread throughout Europe, and it has already changed many cultures already. For example, I was speaking with a 60-year-old Spanish man one time, and we were talking about how the workforce in Spain has changed over the decades. And one of the most interesting things that he told me is that maybe 20, 30 years ago, he was able to come back home for lunch. In this time, he was able to go for a little walk and have lunch with his family, but it is no longer a reality. His lunch is now eaten at work. And a lot of you may see it as something small, But this is actually major, as we have seen the shift in values in a very small amount of time. Even looking at non-Anglophonic countries, every single person is learning English. And it's overwhelmingly to do business, for students to be able to survive in the job market. And in some cases, people are even more likely to speak English than their country's mother tongue or mother dialect. This is cultural erasure, and I have seen this very exact phenomenon happen in my own country. And it is one of the worst things that can possibly happen to us. Capitalism is not culture. It's actually the antithesis of culture in reinforcing and sustaining a very strong cultural identity. And having said that, it is no surprise that a lot of these white supremacist parties have overtaken Europe, because the great majority of them, dare I say all of them, their ultimate goal is to make more money. And they make more money when their populace is afraid and their populace has a weak sense of identity, because it's easier to control and manipulate them.
Weak sense of identity is white people calling themselves Americans. And then you say, what do you mean? Like, no, seriously, where are you from, bro? I'm American. I'm from Texas. No, fuckface. Like, where's your family from? Oh, you don't know now. This is fucking funny. What's up, brother? Let me see what Job says. You should put a couple of rolling tires in the middle of the video. Just.
And this is why, more than ever, we all have to reject capitalism.
I made a video asking Europeans to give me one singular European dish that can claim to be void of any African or Asian influences. In the same way Europeans say that nothing can be American because things were invented before America, in the same way that they say that hamburgers can't be American because the hamburger meat patty was invented in Germany, even though a meat patty and a hamburger are two separate things, but they claim that it can't be American because an ingredient of a hamburger was invented in another country. In the same way they say that American culture can't exist because American culture was influenced by other cultures, I'm asking Europeans to apply this logic to themselves. What European dish can claim to be completely void of African and Asian influences / culture? Anne says, steak and kidney pudding. Anne, where were puddings invented? Matter of fact, how did people end up in Britain? Give me a singular British dish that can claim to be void of any cultures outside of that specific region, because obviously British culture did not exist forever, right? Go ahead.
Europeans were never original. They were repackagers, not pioneers. Plagiarists with a printing press. Every so-called European breakthrough was the belated documentation of what other civilizations had already mastered, perfected, and then had stolen. They didn't invent the compass. They stole it from China. They didn't pioneer medicine. They translated it from Arabic. They didn't even originate classical architecture. They excavated North Africa and copied what they misunderstood. The Renaissance, a scavenger hunt through Moorish libraries. The Enlightenment.
Renaissance was something very special. Y'all learned exactly what we were doing and claimed it to be yours. Like, for example, aqueducts, all of these things that had to do with herbal medicine. They say, well, we got it from Arabs. No. 3,200 herbal remedies were found within our people. 3,200 within our people.
A dim glow lit by lamps from Timbuktu, Baghdad, and Nalanda. Their scientific revolution was made possible only after centuries of suppressing and then rebranding knowledge from the very lands they colonized. Originality demands confrontation with the unknown. Europeans waited for others to chart the stars, measure the earth, map the winds, and unlock algebra. Then came crawling centuries later with a quill and a crown. They never innovated from the void. They inherited empires of knowledge, stripped them of context, and declared themselves geniuses in the ruins. They didn't originate civilization. They archived what others built and called the theft progress. Cope.
Hi, my name's John. I'm American. Hi, John. I bet you're one of those Americans that consider themselves British. I'm American, but some of my ancestors were English. Primarily English. I think I have some Irish, but yeah. Yeah, you're American. That's it. You can stop there. Hi, I'm Samantha. I'm American. Yeah, but where are you really from? I'm from Ohio? No, like, where are you really from? But what? Like, I can tell you're not 100% American. Where are you from? The U.S.? Ohio?
Do you be prepared to witness the moment when...
No, like, you don't look American. Like, are you from, like, an Asian country? What I'm asking is, what's your ethnicity? Aren't you gonna deny my ethnicity like you denied John's over there? I'm so confused. Yeah, they are too. Don't worry.
So.
Shit is true. That's what I'm telling you, man. So they run into that whole, I'm American. Okay, where you really from, bro? All right, so here's the point that I was trying to make. This is legitimate. The video we saw earlier, and this is a short one. And now we're done, okay? But I think it's important that you guys watch it. You're going to get a very good understanding of what's occurring right now on a international level.
Mexico has just filed the most explosive lawsuit in modern history with the U.S. Supreme Court, $50 trillion for the theft of territory in 1848. This is not science fiction. It is a scenario that could shake the foundations of world power. And the question we must ask ourselves is this. Would you be prepared to witness the moment when Mexico finally settles its historical bill with the United States? I will be reading your comments, so please share your support for our Mexico, because what we are going to analyze today is not just a theoretical exercise. It is proof that national dignity can also become a legal bomb capable of shaking even the most powerful empire on the planet. For almost 200 years, we have lived with the open wound of 1848. We were taught that what was lost forever, that a country cannot demand justice when time has passed, that small nations must resign themselves to great powers. But what if all that were a lie? The scenario we are going to build together is not fantasy. It is legally viable, economically calculable, and politically devastating for Washington. Because for the first time in modern history, Mexico would have the opportunity to turn its historical pain into a legal claim that would put the United States in the most uncomfortable position imaginable, having to defend itself before the world for a crime it never wanted to acknowledge. The International Court of Justice in the United States is preparing to receive the most explosive document ever presented by a Latin American country. In its pages there are no emotional speeches or romantic claims about the past, only numbers, ruthless figures, mathematical calculations that convert each stolen acre into current dollars, each extracted resource into compound interest, each lost opportunity into a bill that grows exponentially over time. Because what Mexico is about to demonstrate is something that the United States has always feared, that its modern wealth was built on a plunder that can be quantified, calculated, and collected. Silicon Valley did not emerge out of nowhere. Hollywood did not appear by magic. The Texas oil fields did not spring up on U.S. soil by divine destiny. All that was Mexico, and now Mexico wants to be paid. The legal team in charge of this operation are not just any lawyers. They are the surgeons of international law, European specialists who have spent decades dismantling empires with surgical methods. They do not improvise, they do not get excited, they do not calculate, and their calculations are terrifying for Washington because they are based on real precedents, current international treaties, and unforgiving mathematics. The figure of $50 trillion did not come from a political speech. It came from years of forensic research that analyzed four devastating elements. First, the updated value of the lost territory, not the agricultural value of 1848, but the current value of the economies that flourished on stolen Mexican soil. Second, the wealth extracted over 177 years. Gold, oil, mineral resources, water, forests, every gram documented and converted into dollars. Third, the opportunity cost. The most painful question for the United States. What would have happened if all that wealth had fueled Mexican development instead of American development? And fourth, compound interest. This is where the figure becomes astronomical, because financial mathematics has no mercy on almost 2 centuries of accumulation. But the truly explosive thing about this case is not the numbers, it is what it represents. Mexico is not apologizing for the past. Mexico is collecting for the past, and that difference changes the entire global geopolitical game. The reaction in Washington was immediate and revealing. The first instinct was feigned mockery. Official spokesmen came out to say that the Mexican demand was absurd and baseless, but behind the scenes the story was completely different. According to leaks of internal memos already circulating in European embassies, the sentence that most terrifies the White House is one that no analyst expected to read. We cannot allow this case to be admitted. The precedent would be catastrophic because if the wing decides, even preliminarily, that the Mexican claim deserves to be heard, the message to the world would be devastating. Historical crimes are no longer buried, and for the United States that means opening a Pandora's box that could cost it its moral, political, and economic global hegemony. The State Department went into emergency session. Analysts could not believe 2 things they never saw coming. That Mexico had managed to build an international coalition sympathetic to its cause, and that the case was presented not with historical sentimentality but with ruthless economic accounting and documented violations of international law at the time. The real tension does not come from what Mexico is demanding. It comes from what Mexico is demonstrating, that the United States, after almost 2 centuries of impunity, can finally be brought before a court where speeches are worthless and arguments are measured by documents, figures, and international legal precedents. The Pentagon requested contingency analyses, not war plans, but scenarios of indirect military pressure. Reinforcement of bases in Texas, increased border surveillance, the classic intimidation manual that has always worked with Mexico. But this time there is a crucial difference. Mexico did not arrive alone in the AYA, it arrived backed by a European team that knows every trap, every pressure and every dirty move that the United States could try. The White House also considered activating the economic weapon, trade sanctions, selective tariffs, suspension of agreements, but here they ran into an inconvenient reality. Economic interdependence has them tied down. American automakers depend on Mexico. American agriculture depends on Mexico. If they cut off supply chains, entire states will collapse economically. It is suicide disguised as a threat. Then came the desperate exit, the media operation. Paid think tanks began publishing analyses on how Mexico is reviving ghosts of the past. Republican senators called for suspending military cooperation. Television analysts claimed that there is no legal basis for the claim. It is the classic manual of psychological manipulation that has worked for decades to discredit any challenge to the American narrative, but this time the manual is not working. Why? Because Mexico changed the rules of the game. Instead of fighting on the media terrain where the United States is invincible, Mexico chose the international legal terrain where laws matter more than propaganda. And on that terrain, the United States has a weakness that it has never wanted to admit, its history of violent territorial expansion. What really has Washington in a panic is not losing the lawsuit tomorrow, but The Hague admitting the case, because even admitting it would be interpreted by the world as confirmation that the United States is not above international law. And that statement alone would have seismic consequences for the world order. While the United States tries to figure out how to stop a move it did not see coming in Europe, the pieces of the legal chessboard are already in rapid motion. The law firm of Vandenberg and Chevalier is no ordinary law firm. They are the most feared specialists in international litigation between states. They have dismantled colonial empires with surgical methods. They do not improvise, they do not get excited, they dismantle with mathematical precision. Their methodology is terrifying to any power that has historical skeletons in the closet. First, they gather every available document on the case. Treaties, minutes, testimony, economic records, maps, diplomatic correspondence, anything that can be turned into legal evidence. Second, they hire forensic economists who specialize in calculating historical damages. These experts can turn any past injustice into current figures with compound interest. Third, they seek international precedents that legitimize the claim. And fourth, they construct a relentless legal narrative that turns emotion into law. In the Mexican case, this team has worked for years to build what they call the largest bill ever presented to an international court. Every page of the document is a legal bombshell. Every figure is a calculation backed by forensic evidence. Every argument is armored with precedents that the United States cannot refute without contradicting its own diplomatic history. Economic experts have compiled devastating data. The gold extracted during the California gold rush has been documented. The oil in Texas has been exploited for more than a century quantified, and the mineral, timber, and water resources converted into today's dollars. But most painful for the United States is the calculation of lost opportunity. Economists projected what would have happened if all that wealth had fueled Mexican development instead of American development. The result was devastating. Mexico would have been a global economic powerhouse. And here comes the unforgiving math that has compounded interest for almost 2 centuries. Every dollar stolen in 1848, calculated with historical interest rates, becomes an astronomical figure in 2025. Financial mathematics is ruthless. It has no emotions, no nationality, only numbers. And the numbers say that the United States owes Mexico a fortune. The preliminary document, which is already circulating in European embassies, contains a phrase that no American analyst expected to read. We are not demanding history, we are demanding money. That phrase turns the entire conflict into something that the United States never wanted to face, an economic audit of the birth of its modern.
That's why, family, I wanted to share this book with y'all when I first started the class. If you guys recall, Occupied America. Excuse me. Here in this book, which is why they banned him. They banned his book. They banned this book. Okay? That means you can't get it now. It's not being printed anymore. I was very fortunate to get it. But he talks about how certain people would be grabbing lands. Actual invasion. I'm not going to read it. Take a picture of that. On page 12, he talks about the invasion of Mexico. I'll read it real quick. In the mid-1840s, Mexico was again the target. Expansion and capitalist development moved together. 2 Mexican wars gave U.S. commerce, industry, mining, agriculture, and stock rising a tremendous stimulus. See? The truth is that by the 1840s, the Pacific coast belonged to the commercial empire that the United States had already that the United States was already building in the ocean, in that ocean. So as we read this, on Friday, you're going to find out that it's like I don't know, how was it? 2 weeks ago, they found this sign that says this is U.S. territory and Mexican territory. I don't know if they were joking or what the fuck was that about, but they did that. But they did this in California before even Texas was considered the U.S. So you see what I'm saying? That video is I was very surprised to hear about this, to be honest with you.
Modern empire. But what really has the great powers panicking is not just the Mexican case, it is what this case could unleash worldwide, because if there were one, it accepts that countries can claim reparations for historical damages. Half the planet would have reasons to sue Europe and the United States. Africa would be the first to form. Congo would sue Belgium for the genocidal crimes of King Leopold II. India would sue the United Kingdom for 2 centuries of colonial plunder that impoverished the subcontinent. South Africa and Kenya are reportedly preparing similar lawsuits for exploitation, genocide, and resource extraction. A European diplomat sued it this way in a leak. If Mexico wins, half the planet will sue us the next day. Latin America also senses a historic opportunity. Bolivia maintains its claim to access to the Mar Perdido off Chile. Argentina never renounced the Falklands. Peru, Colombia, and Ecuador have latent territorial conflicts that they were never able to formally bring before international courts. The Mexican lawsuit has revived a dormant but alive sentiment. If Mexico can do it, so can we. For China and Russia, what is happening is pure geopolitical gold. A case like this weakens Washington's moral, political, and economic credibility at the exact moment when both powers are seeking to challenge U.S. hegemony. China knows that a ruling in favor of Mexico would accelerate global de-dollarization. Russia knows that it would legitimize its narrative about the colonial and predatory West. Both countries would be ready to support Mexico in any international instance. The old Western order trembles because it was confident that its 19th century conquests were buried forever. But Mexico has just opened the vault of the past, and the question is no longer whether Mexico is right. The question is, who will be next to present its historical bill to the world? The United States is discovering something it never expected, that a Latin American country has finally decided to play on the only terrain where Washington is not invincible, the terrain of international law, where speeches do not matter and arguments are measured with documents, figures, and precedents that cannot be manipulated with propaganda. The great irony of this situation is that the United States has always used international law when it suited it, when it wanted to justify invasions, when it needed to legitimize interventions, when it sought to sanction rival countries, but it never imagined that this same international law could be turned against it to collect the bills for its own imperial past. Mexico has demonstrated something that few countries dare to attempt, that historical memory can also be a legal weapon, that past grievances can become demands of the present, and that a country that recovers its dignity can once again change its destiny even after almost 2 centuries of silence.
See that? That's why I do what I do, fam. Our history matters, and it should never be ignored. And no motherfucking ignorant people, dumbasses, ever should try to steal that shit. Ever. We've been through too much to be letting some idiots try to steal our heritage now at this point. I challenge all you wobbles. Y'all run crazy on Instagram, TikTok, all that shit. Come on, bro. Let's do it once and for all. Let's debate this shit. Are you guys the real natives or are we the real natives? Let's debate. Come on, man. Let's stop. Come on. Let's get to it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's prove it all. Let's once and for all, let's prove it. And if you guys are right, I'll shut the fuck up.
The reality is that this case, a legally viable hypothesis, exposes the United States' greatest vulnerability. Its fear that the world will begin to demand reparations for the crimes that built its modern wealth. Because if 1848 is allowed to be revisited, the door will be open to revisiting half the world. And for Washington, that is an existential nightmare. What Mexico is demonstrating is that justice may take time, but it never fails to come to those who seek it with courage, intelligence, and strategy. For generations, we were taught that what was lost forever, that a small country faced with a giant power had no right to demand justice, that history was immutable, and that the spoils of the past should be accepted as an irreversible fate. But today, Mexico is writing a different narrative, a narrative where national dignity is not negotiable, where historical memory becomes legal power, and where a people who decide to reclaim their voice can once again change the rules of the international game. This lawsuit is not just about money. It is a message to the entire world that no nation should live eternally under the consequences of dispossession. That no nation should resign itself to carrying wounds that have never healed, and that international justice, when activated correctly, can be more powerful than any army. The United States can minimize, ridicule, or pressure all it wants, but there is something it cannot erase. Mexico has already lit a flame that cannot be extinguished, a flame that inspires other dispossessed countries, a flame that makes the old colonial powers uncomfortable, a flame that reminds the world that historical crimes can have real legal consequences. And if this scenario were to come true, it would not only change the relationship between Mexico and the United States, it would change the entire balance of global power, because it would demonstrate that even the most powerful empires can be brought to justice by peoples who had the courage not to forget their history and the intelligence to turn their memory into an implacable legal weapon. Now tell me what you think. Do you think...
Damn, that shit is good. Who knows? Who knows, man? Other than that, family, I think this is it. Hold on, maybe not forget. Because I sometimes say that and I forget some things here. That's a topic of another day. Yeah, I think this is it. Oh, yeah, this is totally it. All right, fam, so I'll see you guys next week. Hope you guys have a good week. Please stay strong in the Lord. Show up and shut up. Get the work done. Take care of your family. Call your mom. Call your dad. Call your brothers. Call your sisters. Call your friends, man. See what's up. See how they're doing. Check in on them. Doesn't have to be anything specific, man. Just see how they're doing. Sometimes people just need for you to check in with them. We need to teach each other to do that. Check in with each other. How you doing? It's all good? Is everything good? That's it. No big deal. All right. So anyways, take care of yourselves, fam. I'll see y'all next week. All right. So hold on a second real quick. Give me a second. Let me see what I'm going to play. Oh, that's right. I found this new song. I think I did. Hold on a second, fam. That's not a new song. That's not a new song. Oh, shit, that was funny. Hold on, where are you? Give me a second here, fam. Oh, that's right. I got to be mindful because they block my shit now. Some people are actually copywriting stuff that I'm playing, so I got to be mindful of this, fam. That's to be honest with you, man, that's messed up. I'm trying to promote y'all and shit. I don't make no money off this channel, dude. And I want to copyright my shit. Pinches envidiosos, güey. Envidiosos. Puros envidiosos. All right, there you go. Good night.
Yeah, man. Respect and love from the world, nigga. Show them. You nigga on a microphone. Can't I sit the number 15? Rock you on the studio. Bomba, claro. ¿De qué manera sufre el alma cuando alguien se va? No hay medicina que cure esa larga enfermedad. La vitamina de la vida en esta sociedad es tan divina que por nombre tiene libertad. Libérate de la mentira que está por llegar. Mide tu orgullo antes de empezar a hablar. Cierra la puerta a quien no merezca entrar, porque hay mucho que se fue y sueña con regresar. Hablemos en silencio y así no me mentirás. El poder de la palabra muere cuando hablan de más. No me fío de oraciones que se dicen por detrás. Si me miras a los ojos no te mentiré jamás. Que besar por besar es jugar por jugar. Y vivir sin amor es vivir sin amar. Solo queda la fe, solo queda soñar. Ponte de pie, ready para luchar. Some love, I can just smoke and there are some love them. I can just smoke and there are some love. I remember no fire, no girl. Ribby day. Cali with a mama soul, yeah. ¿De cuánto tiempo hablamos cuando hablamos de querer? Si la mitad lo malgastamos solo en comprender. ¿De qué manera es más fácil aprender? Que nacemos para ganar y morimos al perder. No puedo dejar de animarte, que cuando te caigas debes levantarte. Llegué para contarte que no todo artista muere por su arte. Traigo el honor de un humano con valor que utiliza poesía para respirar mejor. Escribo prosa para vengar al amor y recuerda aquella rosa que tiraron al contenedor. ¿Dónde se quedó el amor? Hey, hello, I sit on no microphone forever and ever. Tell me, roll some love, I can just smoke and the light, some love them. I Rastafari my life, some love. I remember no fire, no burn, ribby day. I live with a farmer soul, yeah. Reggae man a farmer warrior day. Not a really thing. Oh, yeah, man. Y se piensa que la música es un juego, lo lleva claro, hermano. Desde España, internacional, bombo, clack, you, Lego. Raw, not so really easy. No. Pure nigga on a microphone. Hey, tell us what. Tell us anything. Tell if I'm a Rasta, feeling on my sin. Hey, more love. Yeah, man, real bombo clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey. La. You man a tribute from Black Uhuru Ray. Hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé, luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Son los más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humor esteblón. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. One I can get respect from volume 8. My niggas on volume 8, this is key on the studio respect. Alright. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Below the time like this. Bad boy kills, criminal of sound and rich. Money is a gun for me. Respect the nation. Oh. La. When I can just smoking from the studio up the on. And when I can just turn nigga on the floor. When I live a sound. Oh them. Bye rhythm, bye sound indeed. Rala tan mal cuando miras a otro lado, los fantasmas del pasado no se detendrán hasta verte derrumbado. Peores lo hemos pasado. Andaba a golpes con la tristeza, me aportó riqueza, me otorgó sabiduría, pues se dibujaba en todas mis piezas. Yo con alegría le daba color después. La aguja sigue girando, tiempo parece burlar de mí. Dijo que sanaría esperando, pero creo que la espina aún sigue ahí. Con los dedos lo voy palpando, cierro los puños, escapa de aquí. Agonizando, no me espera el tiempo, no voy a esperar por ti.
Nuestras huellas en la orilla se han borrado por la marea. Si esas estrellas ya no brillan, las entiendo pa' que veas. Sea donde sea, bajo la tormenta o dentro de la odisea, donde arañas cubren el cielo de tela, los aviones nadan y los barcos vuelan. Aunque parezca que va bien, no sabes bien si va mal. Besos que pueden doler, ojos que pueden matar. Tengo mi alma en el almacén encerrada, mi corazón está en huelga, mis sentimientos en ámbar. Gente, Calamala dijo que estaría presente. Fallaron como nunca, se fueron para siempre. Millones de razones para vengarme, pero a veces duele más actuar indiferente.
Como no quieren ver ahogados, tenemos branquias y cerrados los bronquios como la mente de un guardia. Yo soy la montaña y vine con la cordillera. Más cojones que tu ganga tiene una madre soltera. Tú cúbrete si suena mi tu. A mí la tengo soldado fumando de su palulu. Ni un conjuro de grimorio me lo salva del velorio. Pa' tener pila valorio se matan vestidos de emporio. Y yo no quiero una pistola, estoy soñando que la vida que quería me llega a tiempo. Desde que yo la vi sola, loco ando. Vino a verme cuando el sol se estaba poniendo y se dejó una pluma y se perdió en la bruma. Nunca se despidió de mí, nunca se despidió de mí. Vivo en un mundo que parece roto y sé que no, porque todo es perfecto y lo debo plasmar. Me fumo un trocolor tras otro y lo veo todo otro color. Me siento libre porque vuelvo a conectar. Mi gente sufre y no lo puedo evitar, más que dándole consejos siempre desde la humildad. Es su camino hacia la fraternidad. Solo puedo que enseñarles a respetar y amar. Con esta bendición, como no voy a aprovechar los códigos que llegan, los tenemos que aceptar. Si me reencarné fue para ayudar y no para malgastar mi tiempo en beneficio del mal. En la unión nace la fuerza y eso nos hace juntar las ganas que siempre tuvimos para iluminar a la gente que se le ocurra y la malla armonizar. Vinimos para dar fuego a la que no nos va a quemar.
Arda y por dentro la llama, no puedo contener la ras. Churruscao el corazón, el armazón no puede llegar a pesarme más. Si abro la boca, tu tumba al suelo, me muelo a diario y sobrado de gas. Escupo ristas perfectas, paladas de versos eternos, no mueren jamás. Cuando acabe mi condena, me vi muy solo y perdido. Cada vez más negra la flema, más elegante el problema, pero planté cara a todos mis enemigos. Recuperé las ganas, las fuerzas y el garbo. Dedico requiems a mis diablos, que aquí estoy vivo de milagro. Delicadas flores crecieron entre los cardos. Me dicen vienes más delgado que de costumbre. Será de tanto que he bailado en el alambre, que a tanta pena es mejor no ponerle nombre. Llevamos la música en vena, nuestra sangre.
Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo, wow. Quieren pensar sin ni siquiera estar al mando. Tanta publicidad subliminal te está matando. Les cuesta decidir por sí mismos cuál es su mando. Publican sonrisas con el corazón llorando. Quieren brillar, pero sin tener que valerse de tener sus ideas propias. Los veo a todos igual, solo son la réplica de la imitación de una triste copia. Obedece, la vida es un suspiro y envejeces. Te dejas distraer por estupideces y pierdes el eje. Te duele por dentro, entonces te creces, pero aceptas mucho menos de lo que mereces. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Conserva tu juicio y tu intuición, más activos que el que lucha por lo suyo y no se rinde. Yo ya sé bien cuál es mi misión, y es contarte que el mal por su propio pie pronto se extingue. No caigas bajo su control, pues por la televisión es normal que mal lo pinte. Tú mantente firme en conexión con la fuente de creación, vivirá siempre de fin de. Dios abre los ojos, dime lo que ves. A tus propios hijos matándose por billetes. Niños mueren cada 2 por 3. Pa' unos es bendición, con otros por su causa pequen. Y yo que intento ser un ser crístico, voy bendiciendo hasta los diablos. Piensan que es cierto el mensaje típico. Dicen que invento lo del engaño, y mientras lucho contra mis errores, demonios escucho, me ofrecen soluciones. Pero sé que hay un ángel que quiere que mejore. Me dice haz un trabajo interno antes de que lo ignores, antes que otra vez llores y se llenen los mares de pena y de dolores, ya que en mi mente no caben. La paz no va en un sobre, somos algo importante. Nunca te revelaste y por eso no lo sabes. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido. Me desperté tan cansado, me sentía mal herido de todo lo que he pasado. No me quita lo aprendido, por dentro me he perdonado, pero casi no me olvido, no. Todos repiten lo que dice el referente. Discursos vacíos lejos de ser coherentes. De lo que no sabes será mejor que no inventes. Que investigues y no te dejes lavar la mente. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. ¿Y quién te ha dicho a ti que no puedes pensar sobre lo que decís, sobre cómo actuar? Lucha por ser feliz sin a nadie dañar y solo así podrás brillar. Quiero pensar, pero no puedo, no. El ruido en la ciudad está consumiendo,
Blacks and Chicanos killing each other is what they want. That's how they run this place. Once we get together, they don't run shit. You got a lot to learn about being Chicano.
Yeah, Alcatraz, midget loco. Yeah. They never seen this coming, man. What up, Loom? What up, Oreo? 500 years of captivity. What else? Now they trying to tell us how we supposed to be, how we supposed to act, how we supposed to rap. How I'm brown but my flow too black. Come on, y'all kidding me, right? Nike Air Flights fitted cock back fresh. Representando mexicanos on the mat. No estoy jugando, got bars like a battle on smack. But hold on, I'ma bring it right back. My people indigenous. I'm not sure if you getting this. By the time I'm done, you gon' be feeling this. I come from the people they call MESHIACHA. I've been to the motherland, Chichen Itza. Seen the Mayan ruins, intellectual architects. Been in the cenote, seen ancient artifacts. Really? Cali is Mexico, those are the facts. They raped women, gave elders heart attacks. It was a battle, our people were outgunned. Took life and cattle, we were outdone. However, 2 wars proudly we take to the grave. Those we call our Independence Day. It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down.
Yeah. Story with Mexicans, Mexicano. Gave birth to the word that we know as Chicanos. Aztec warrior, man, it's all in my blood. From the AZTLAN, that's the heart of the love. Now I'm Mexico City, that's a modern day name. Don't let the books confuse it to be a modern day slave. Gotta get your facts right and study the culture. Don't be like Cortez, he came like a vulture. Came to just steal and take away the land. He seen what we got and he was like, damn, who would've guessed it had to be a white man. Damn it, man. Now we got stolen lands. They say go back to where the fuck you from. Man, this is my land, that's what you stole from us. I'm not Hispanic or Latino, I'm a Mexican. Man, fuck La Militia, you can have that bitch.
It's time to stand up, educate our people. Stay on our ground, let them know that we equal. We see your plan, but your plan is see-through. You can't stop my people. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm brown and proud. Mexicano, I'm holding it down, yeah.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí dominamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros antes estarán bien. Yo soy tú. Eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.